Chat, I have a random question for you. I have a random question. You ever listen to a video and there's just something about it that makes you, what's the word? Oh, right. Incoherently sob. Ignore the big face that just popped up. I was watching a video earlier and I told Faye about it. Welcome in, guys. Happy Friday. What? Yeah, what? Oh, I forgot the thing. Sunstar's gonna get upset at me. Hold your horses. Flat fuck Friday. I learned what a poop knife is and I want my money back. You're the one that was making the poop knife jokes. Okay, there you go. There's your fishing game. Where fish? Oh my goodness. Welcome in, guys. Real quick on the thing I was talking about. So I was watching a video earlier today on, it was the ugly side of children's TV. And at the end, they basically tried to do like a positive spin on it, on like what the good parts of children's TV was. And one of the things was a congressional hearing from 1969 when a Mr. Fred Rogers, the last man to be called up for this Congress hearing, because apparently this congressman particularly hated giving money to PBS. And they're like, okay, let's give the new guy a try. And maybe he can convince him, because everybody else had basically just been yelled at and berated the entire time. So they called up a relatively unknown man by the name of Fred Rogers. A man who, following this discussion with this congressman, would go on to have a 40-plus year career in the public broadcasting system as Mr. Rogers. And there was one scene where, to set it, this fucking YouTuber, this paper son of a bitch, played a clip from the original TV series that was Mr. Rogers basically saying, I'm trying to remember how he worded. I don't remember it exactly, but it was something along the lines of time to buzz. Ah, shit, not Cheb. He basically says something along the lines of, I love you as you are. And I was fucking driving and I started sobbing. He's yelling about the video. I am yelling about the video. And then they're over here fucking parading. What a dick queen. You're a dick, Ren. Why'd you do that? I'm over here talking about why I was crying earlier, and you're over here wanting to parade. And now I have sensory overload. You fucking dorks. Hi, dummy. Oh my goodness. I always love to parade. You sons of bitches. Every single one of yous. The Baron braid stole all the pixels? Really? I didn't lose any frames, so I'm guessing it eats bitrate, which is weird.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
How are my new memes? There are new memes in the Discord. And I would parade again if it was possible. Too fucking bad. How dare indeed. Also all the Momo wiggles. That is a weirdly goofy wiggle. Interesting. But no, yeah, I was crying over Mr. Rogers earlier today because I don't know why. I was driving and I was like, oh, that's so sweet. And then like my eyes started watering and I was like, oh, why is this happening? Oh no. And then I got home and I like parked and I just sat in the car and like sobbing on the steering wheel. I was like, oh my God. Mr. Rogers! Of a better time gone by. Nostalgia hit so hard, I started sobbing. Wiggle emotes are cute, in my opinion. No, I agree. Hi, View. How are you doing? Also, okay. So I literally sat down after taking a shower right at 12 noon. I was still technically late, but almost not late. But one of the things I've been listening to a lot of like video essays on different like serial killers and shit. And I've come to this weird realization that my dad could have potentially been a serial killer based off of some traits over time that I have that I can link to other serial killers. Noted. Listen, it's fine. Huh? Okay. So, fucking listen, it's okay. Listen, it's primarily a joke, but there's no like real traits. This is like one of those things where it's like, oh, you're left-handed, you must worship Satan or some shit. It's on that level. So, does anybody know what car Ted Bundy drove? What car Ted Bundy was notoriously known for driving around and trying to kidnap women in? Fuck, I do it, but I forgot one with wheels. That's true. It definitely had wheels. This man drove a tan Volkswagen Beetle. A tan Volkswagen Beetle. A color that they have not sold since probably the 70s. My dad's dream car at one point that he bought for himself was a pale yellow Volkswagen Beetle. Convertible, mind you. Convertible. He drove that shit around for years. That's just one of the ones. That's one I'm taking from Ted Bundy that my dad had. One of my dad's favorite songs, if not his favorite song, was a very long song about a man who had essentially indirectly, parasocially fallen in love with a woman who owned a restaurant. A waitress at a restaurant. And he essentially stalked her, taking in every detail of her day. Or, ooh, what was that? Oh, that's Ordain. Ordain has to wait a second. You had to cool down, Ordain. There was this... Mary taking notes from Ted Bundy. Okay. No. So that's one of the traits. This other serial killer, aka, does anybody know the dating game killer? We've talked about the dating game killer before, and I've talked about this particular trait before, and now it's just slowly stacking the more I learn about other serial killers. If anybody doesn't know, it's Rodney Alcala, the dating game killer. His favorite song was Alice's Restaurant. My dad's favorite song by Arlo Guthrie. It's a blues song. Gross. Oh God, it even had a movie. I did not know it had a movie. And then, of course, I could probably just do other dumb traits of other serial killers, like Dean Corll. What does Dean Corll have to do with my dad? They both lived in Texas. That's all I got. And my dad was a pilot. My dad was the international pilot, so you know. There's potential. There's potential of listen, it'd be funny. It wouldn't be funny. It'd be fucking demented, Jesus. But it was just like that thought. I was like, huh, that'd be fucked up. That'd be real fucked up. I need to get rid of this fucking thing. Sorry, there's a thing that I hate that's part of like Google, and it drives me up the fucking wall. I don't know whose brain shit idea it was to have Google constantly fucking pitch your location when you're looking at things. Putting a Venn diagram of serial killers is pretty funny, not gonna lie. I was picturing it as a Venn diagram too, but I didn't want to pull up MS Paint on y'all. I did not want to pull up MS Paint on y'all and start like scribbling those out. Oh, good lord. This is such a weird fucking screen. Hello? Mom! Coda, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Mom Raid! Mom, how was your stream? What were you what were you just chatting about? What shenanigans were you up to? What trouble did you get into? And if you have to scatter because some shit's going on, I totally understand. I know because a lot of times you end stream when you have to go do something. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. We just started today. We are currently comparing my dad to serial killers. Irrelevant to mom. Close the tab. Hi, good mom. Oh my God. was nice. We had talked about everything from bra sizes to Bluey. Aw. Did y'all talk about the fact that Republicans got really upset when they found out that Bluey was a girl? Did y'all talk about that? That like right wing. Hi, Louise. How are you doing? In this tin, we pull up Paint 3D. No, I could pull up Clip Studio. I was informed there would be a boat. It's okay. We'll get to the boat. Somebody hit the boat. Actually, I'll hit the boat. Where's the boat? I need the boat. Boat. I got you, chat. I get you a freebie. There's our boat. It's a nice boat. It's a nice boat. They were America. Wait, what? Yeah, y'all didn't know that? Yeah, a bunch of right-wing politicians and stuff got upset and tried to get Bluey removed from the U.S. When they found out that Bluey was a girl. A boat. That's a nice boat. Is also a girl. Yeah, Magenta's a boy. That's the thing that like a lot of people were saying too, was like, y'all probably also thought Blue from Blue's Clues was a boy, didn't you shitheads? Why is that such a huge problem? Because it's emasculating for their young boys to be watching Bluey if it's about a girl. I wish I was joking. That was the argument that some of them made. That was the argument. Young boys should not be watching animated children's cartoons about girls. Emasculating, yes. Blue is for boys. Yeah, that's why I'm in red, fuckos. Figure it out from there. No. Groans. Oh boy, Tosca masculinity strikes again. Every day I lose faith in this timeline. Oh, chat, do you want to see something absolutely stupid that I got as a YouTube ad while I was trying to distract myself earlier today? Let me see. I put it in our group chat. Why can't I open this? Oh god, they changed the fucking thing. Oh god, they changed the interface when you open a picture in Discord. I hate that. All right, real quick. We're going over here. Here, chat. This is the ad I got on YouTube earlier today. Do y'all recognize who this schmuck is? You know who this schmuck is? That's Chris Pratt. This is Chris Pratt advertising a prayer app. It's not even the worst thing. He goes, "Hi guys, Chris Pratt here." And then he goes on to pray. Like, he just goes straight into praying after introducing himself. The worst, Chris? Correct. This is the first time I've seen this. I saw it for the first time like 30 minutes ago. And I was like flabbergasted because I like tapped the video and then I looked away to go wash my hands because I just finished eating lunch. And I was like, excuse you? Phone? Hello? And they like turned around and looked at it. I was like, oh, what the fuck? I had to listen to it for 20 more seconds because I was screenshotting it and had to crop it so that I could send it. Gonna look it up to meme on it. Oh no, don't do that. I'm afraid too, because earlier before this, when I was at the gym, me and Faye were talking about fucking vampire character designs and like Catholic iconography as like, you know, the religion's kind of garbage, but they were kind of spitfire for all this. Is it bad I pay for YouTube Premium so I don't get these? No. I don't think so, at least. I mean, I have Twitch Turbo so I don't get ads. And right now, I don't think I make enough to consistently have so many subscriptions on things. Oh, I also have it on Spotify. I also have Spotify Premium because I don't know if this is the case or if I'm just stupid, but it would not let me pick songs that I wanted to play on Spotify unless I got Premium. Like, I couldn't pick singular songs out of tracks if I wanted to. I'd have to play the whole fucking track. And I was like, what the fuck is the deal with this? Or like, if I wanted to listen to the same song on repeat, but it like skipped through it, it like wouldn't let me play my own playlist for some reason. Dante's Inferno basically rewrote the perception of hell since its publication. Correct! Fun fact, guys, did you know Hell's a fan fiction? Did you know Hell's a fan fiction? It's Dante's fan fiction. It's Dante's fan fiction where he goes on an adventure with his favorite poet, where he and his favorite poet that he's never met in his life are best friends, and they go into hell, where they go to save his love, who has been taken by Satan? I forget. It is? Y'all did not know Dante's Inferno is basically a fan fiction? That most of the shit that's in there is made up by Dante? Hell is Bible fan fiction that got picked up by early Christians because they're like, oh my god, this is horrendous. This must be what it's like. No, literally nothing about it. Okay, you need to read Dante's Inferno. If you did not read the Divine Comedy, and yes, that's the other name for it, isn't it? Dante's Inferno is also the Divine Comedy. Right? Dante Alighieri. Italian narrative poem. Shortly before the author's death. He put a pope he personally hated into Satan's mouth. Correct. So it's homoerotic NTR Bible fanfic? No. Also, hold on a second. Sorry, I needed water. I was really thirsty. But I do have a YouTube video on my Watch Later that mentions how hell's supposed to be, not the Bible version. Are you talking about like Sheol? The Jewish opposite of heaven? Where's Simon? Also, hi Nazumi. Okay, the full trilogy. Okay, yeah, that's it. Oh, that's right. The Divine Comedy is it him going through, it's through Paradise, through Inferno, and is it an equivalent of Limbo? I forget. Let me see. The poem's imaginative vision of the afterlife is representative of the medieval worldview as it existed in the Western Church by the 14th century. It helped establish the Tuscan language in which it is written as the standardized Italian language. It's divided into 3 parts: Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso. Fun fact, Bayonetta is based off of those, is based off of the Divine Comedy. If y'all couldn't put that together. Also, PS1 Marin. Hi, furry. Clean your piss up. Yeah, Purgatorio and Paradiso. Yeah. Bayonetta is Divine Comedy, let's say canon. It's not canon, but it takes place under the foundation of the Divine Comedy. Oh my god, furry! Furry! How could you? Oh, is that? Oh my god, is that Sweet Tooth? Sweet Tooth? Sweetie? That looks fucking crazy. Mostly Booba? What are you talking about? Huh? Abby? Oh, are you talking about Bayonetta? Bayonetta is not mostly about Booba. Just because Bayonetta is like a very sexy, confident woman does not mean the game is about sex. It's a very good action game. It's a very good action game. Haven't played it in a while. Kitten boobin! Here, do we need to show the new Discord emote again?
Enjoy the show.
Okay, yeah. Here's Valier, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Anyway. Fairbanks. I like that Abby pointing back at you like that, calling you Fairbanks. Makes it seem like Fairbanks is calling you Titten Boobin. Abby Titten Boobin. If I had a nickel for every character action game series based on the Divine Comedy, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird it happened twice. I mean, there is the Dante's Inferno video game, which is more literal than like Bayonetta. I do be boobin' and tittin'. You do be boobin' and tittin'. And I want a handful of that 15-foot ass. Sorry, chat. I lost myself there for a second. I was blinded. I was blinded by the fact that Abby's ass is at face height. I was going to say, haven't there been more than 2? Oh, there's definitely been more than 2. We can actually probably look it up. Media based on Divine Comedy. Divine Comedy and popular culture. Hell yeah, there's even a wiki page. No, I don't want medieval. I want modern. Karl Marx paraphrased the Purgatory to conclude the preface to the first edition of Das Kapital in a kind of motto: follow your own road and let the people talk. Okay, 20th century. T.S. Eliot cites Inferno. Samuel Beckett. Okay. Turkish poet. Primo Levi, Malcolm Lowry, Derek Walcott. Oh dear God. Oh dear God. Oh, there's so many of these names that like I don't fully recognize. Oh no, what? Mark E. Rogers used the structure of Dante's Inferno in 1998 comedic novel Samurai Cat Goes to Hell, the last in the Samurai Cat series, and includes the trope of a gate to hell with an abandoned hope inscription. Titten is German for tits, by the way. Good to know. You don't know what you've just told us. Love being booty hype, don't we all? Any relation to samurai pizza cats? No. I don't think so. Okay, now we're in the 21st century. Let's see. Nick Tosh's In the Hand of Dante from 2002 weaves a contemporary tale about the finding of an original manuscript of Divine Comedy with an imagined account of Dante's years composing the work. I mean, oh, wait, what is this? Heck, where the bad kids go, in a book series from 2008, features a modified version of the Nine Circles of Hell. Dante himself is a character in The Master of Verona, a novel by David Blick that combines the people of Dante's time with the characters of Shakespeare's Italian plays. Oh God, can you imagine? Shakespeare plays and fucking the Divine Comedy? That's a nightmare. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing that jumps up too much. 2021 science fiction novel features a huge mountain on a distant planet resembling Dante's Mount Purgatory. Okay, no, I want graphic media. Let's go to graphic media. Oh my God. Gary Panter's Jimbo Adventures in Paradise, Jimbo in Purgatory, and Jimbo's Inferno are three graphic novels telling a misrecounted adaptation of Dante's Divine Comedy melded with Boccaccio's Decameron and this bit of Canterbury Tales, John Milton and John Dryden, and pop culture references. Oh. Neil Gaiman's The Sandman comic series, running from January 1989 to March 1996, featured a heavily Dante-inspired hell, including the Woods of Suicide, the Malabulg, and the City of Dis. Lucifer's imprisoned in hell. Mike Carey's spin-off series, Lucifer, also from DC and Vertigo Comics, was based on characters from The Sandman. It features aspects of a Dante-inspired hell and heaven, particularly the Primamobile and the 9 sections. Saw is burning in hell in my fanfiction. Oh my God. Todd McFarlane's Spawn supervillain, Malabulgio, is named after, of course, the Malabulg. Dante's Inferno, the graphic novel. That's easy. Cartoon Network debuted miniseries Over the Garden Wall, November 2014. Corresponds to the structure of Inferno. It starts as a lost poet guided by a woman named Beatrice. Okay, video games. 1991 side-scroller based on the Divine Comedy. Dante's Inferno, the 2010 adventure video game. The video game Ultra Kill is partially inspired by Dante's Inferno, with the game's setting being a hell divided into distinct layers like the Divine Comedy. Though some layers like Limbo and Wrath share themes with the Divine Comedy's version of hell, some such as Greed present ideas not originating from Dante's Inferno. And Limbus Company, the protagonist, the manager referred to as Dante, has a guide named Virgilius, aka the poet. The game is divided in, I think the poet was Virgil, wasn't it? It's divided into sections named after parts of the Divine Comedy. As of current, only Inferno has been reached, with its chapters being referred to as cantos. What? When did I say that? Jesus. I know the band Iced Earth has a song based on Dante's Inferno. I am not surprised. And then here's Dungeons and Dragons. Of course, it's basically just talking about like the 9 hells. Web Originals. One of the food items listed in SCP-261's experiment log is a package of 9 distinct circular concentric biscuits labeled Dante's, and the tagline on the packaging reads, "Tastes like hell." That's funny. I don't care what anybody says. That's funny. All right, that's all the digital media and stuff that's going to be on Dante's. Iced Earth? Everything is Dante's Inferno? Hey, listen, whenever the Christian faith is heavily influenced by his fan fiction to what they think or believe hell is like, that's their own fault, okay? That's their own fault that they fell for fan fiction. That's like somebody thinking that fucking Twilight. That's thinking that Twilight is a parody of 50 Shades of Grey. That's your own fault, okay? If you that stupid. Wait, what? Oh, Christ. Vichiban made another game. They made a skating game? Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. Interesting. Stardust Skate. Apparently it's on Steam. Yeah, apparently it comes out soon, but it's already on Steam to like wish list and stuff. Okay. I didn't play the last one. Probably not gonna play this one. When they go in for that stuff, it will invariably come back to bite you in the ass. Who did what now? Who did what now? Who goes in on what? Vocalist of Ice Earth is full on. Oh. Oh, that's a band. Oh, okay. Wait, is that this band? No, this is Motley Crue. Motley Crue with my vampire hearing. Oh my god, the lady had her tentacle out. Oh my goodness. Abby, get your tentacle out. Oh, why did I stop moving? Hello? Tracking? Tracking? All right. Wait a second. Harry Potter fanfiction, The Hobbit fanfiction, the Star Wars movies also fanfiction. Yes, Miss Ma'am. Damn right, Abby. Damn right. That's a good emote. That is a quality emote. Good lord. I can respect that emote. Good, Abby. I'm proud of you. Oh no, somebody's making another. Oh. Oh, interesting. Somebody's making a actual plus size, like, it looks like, what do you call it? In customizable model. That's it. That's what they're called. Oh, Jesus. Chat. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Oh no. Buckle up, Buttercup. Buckle up, Buttercup. What the fuck am I looking at? What the? Who is this? The funny thing too is I like this person. Yo, why do Republican women always look like they'd be wearing another human skin? She's scary. You know what's even funnier? Is because I'm part of the community, the rating community, we can go look at what people are proposing. This is an edited picture of Republican politician Nancy Mace. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I thought it was Nancy. Just straight up black. This is not a fucking stupid. Notes explained. Elon Musk apparently made comedy legal, so this... What? Damn, people really are taking the piss with this one. Although this one's right, okay? This one's actually right. Ta-da. Ta-da, chat. I'm sorry. I wanted to see what people were talking smack in the fucking post notes. But that's always funny. Do the thing from the movie Smile escape? That's what it looks like. I'm still looking at it. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm still looking at it. It's kind of horrifying. It's horrifying, like a train wreck. It's so awful and heinous, but you can't look away. Baron Strungle model win? Good question. Good question. Musk? No, it said Elon Musk made the comedy legal. there's so many good Monster Hunter? Okay, hold on, chat. We're going back. We're going back. That's words on stream. That's not what I meant to click. Thanks, Alma. Also, hold on, chat. I gotta show you something. I gotta show you something. I found a picture earlier of what I was talking about. Hi, chat. Say hi to Maya Khalifa. Let's get a normal picture of Alma. See? See? I sent this picture of her to Makari earlier today. I was gonna draw her not safe for too. God damn it! I know. Yeah. See, I know. Y'all thought I was blowing smoke when I was playing this game and saying that she looked like Maya Khalifa. Like this shit. This isn't even funny. Okay, it's hilarious, but that's besides the point. Show it to Red Claw. I could send it to Red Claw. Unless somebody else wants to send it. Flipping through images like this was Clockwork Orange. They have the same eyebrows too. And the same cleft chin. That's even the same makeup. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's all coming together. Okay. That's enough of that. That's enough of that. That is it. That's all. I just scrolled down and saw that and needed to come back. That's what RTX will do to you? Oh my god. Oh my god. Very interesting. It had to be deliberate. It had to be. What if we were cows in love? Who is oh, Luca. I keep seeing so much weird shit. What was it? Was it so much like weird shit getting fucking posted recently that every time now I'm like, who the fuck is posting this? Oh my god. All right. I can't unsee the Tifa thing. Tifa? What about Tifa? What about Tifa? Isn't it Gremlin hours where you at me? No. It's not even 1 p.m. Oh, remake Tifa looks like Jav actress? JAV? Adult video? Something adult video? Please don't be junior adult video. Please don't be junior adult video. I don't know what the J in that's. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, good. Okay. Oh. Okay. I don't like the concept of that. But I don't think there's anything else. Global fan. Wait, what? Oh, the DC, not the DC, the Disney trading card game is apparently getting an update and people are losing their minds over. But too bad I don't care. Too bad I don't care. yeah, I got it, Needs. I got it. Honori Akita looks like remake Tifa. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Honori Akita. I swear I've seen this woman before. Okay, hold on. Now I gotta go find remake Tifa. Okay. Maybe a younger Henry. Maybe. I can see it. I can see it a little bit. It makes a little bit of sense. People play Lorcana. Apparently. Man, Dorime. Broth, your emotes are so good. Your emotes are so good. Oh, speaking of which, Broth, you want to see something cool? Check out my new emote that's only available on Discord. Anyway. Yeah, younger Henri. Lorcana is huge. I've heard it's big and people like it. Like, I remember when people were losing their minds that they were coming out with it. I just don't get it. Yeah, I just... Like, it doesn't make much sense to me. This dude has a fucking Anna card from Frozen, and then behind him, he's holding up to a Lego statue of Anna. Jesus Christ. Disney adults are a different fucking level. I say that as if I don't want to start the hobby of bone collecting. New model? New-ish laughing. Couple weeks old. Turns out my time isn't now, so I come back? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean your time isn't now? Are you dying? Is it time for you to ascend, Ren? That are weird about Anna and Elsa? Ugh. Why? I never even saw the second movie. Like, I enjoyed the first movie. I never even considered for a second seeing the second. Oh. Yes, Matthew, what can I do for you? Is there a second? Yeah, there was a second Frozen movie. Never once have I considered seeing it. Frozen 2 in the Discord when? Never! Well, probably never. Unless I can tie it to something grim and dark or something like that. It's like I said, tonight, actually, guys, tonight, 8 p.m., we're going to be watching Longlegs, the Neon movie with Nicolas Cage. And I promise you're going to want to bring this because it's going to be relevant to one of the videos I plan on making in the future. It's going to be relevant. All right, back at it for me. Have a good day. Have fun, Impy. I haven't watched Disney in a long time. What was the last thing Disney I watched? Dragging Back to My House. In V Rising. Oh, I was probably dragging like one of the guys with like the high blood concentration back. Does not exist in my head though. They especially refuted the Frozen Tarzan theory in the second film, which I hated. Wait, what? Explicitly? Oh, you mean like Jane? Like Jane came from the same area or something? Sorry, hold on. Sorry, fucking, they made a meme of fucking Kitty McPancakes, Jane, and Bo Sheep, and it's so goddamn funny for some reason, and it's just the fucking comparison of coffee's better, tea is better, and then it pans to Kitty, and it just says alcoholic. It's me and Faye fighting over coffee or tea, and then Sai in the corner getting drunk. Here, I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna send it to the group chat. Okay. Me when I'm of no face turned into a shrimp. Okay, I managed to avoid Frozen until last year when I was forced to watch it against my will. Like, it was fun the first time around. And that's like that tends to be the same thing with Okay. This is interesting. Hold on. Sea-Dog VA opened up about Trash Taste's controversial decision to have Hassan Abi on the show. I told Hassan as well we don't want to deal with politics. We're most likely not going to have you on again. Okay. I'd hate to tell you guys, Most media is political to some degree, especially anime. You sit here and tell me an anime that's about like a coming of age thing and like teenagers accepting themselves and the world around them isn't something that like a right-wing shithead wouldn't like? At the United Disney, what? What? Disney Universe. United Universes. Huh? Okay, no, this is some psycho fandom page. Okay, hold on. It's all politics. One Piece TCG is pretty good, which surprised me. I've heard it's good. I've heard they have a strong base too. There's a DBZ trading card game, isn't there? Years ago, there was a store I used to go to that had like a small group of people that still bought and collected Dragon Ball trading card games. But I've never seen like a big push for it. It's not so much Hassan that was the issue, it was the rabbit haters that flooded the comment section after that was, yeah, that's basically what it was. And they probably did avoid it in the talk because like Hassan's good at like being relatively on topic or doing things that like people don't want to be a part of. Star Rail Tarot? What? Huh. Okay. As long as it's not reflecting current events, it's not a big deal. The thing too is Hassan's also a massive nerd, but the problem is that he has so many haters. So you get like these annoying people that just hate Hassan, and that'll just come and flood shit, which is insane. Hold on, sorry, I was looking at something. All right. Can't be worse than the V card TCG cards for, wait, which part? Which thing? No, oh no, the Star Rail Tarot. I think that's going to be a tarot deck because it looks like they're looking for artists and stuff. Yeah, it looks like they're looking for artists and everything. Hold on, sorry. A little bit of a chapped lip. Creative Gundam said he shouldn't follow Disney's example. I personally think he's right. What is Disney's example? What is this particular example? V card? Matthew, V card is GamerStop's trading card game. That, well, trading game. I say this as somebody who just partnered with them though, but that trading card game is not good. It is more of a collector's thing. It's just something that you really, oh. Oh no. Oh no. Twitch is going to double the number of ambassadors to over 180 ambassadors worldwide. That doesn't bode well. They tried tourneys with the cards? Wait, who tried tourneys? The thing is, though, is the game is so, oh, what's the word? Simplistic. And, like, it's too streamlined. The gameplay is too, I think, on launch. Who do they get to play? The Twit Empire spreads. Listen, I'd like to be an ambassador, but apparently you have to be a partner to even apply for it. So, you know. Hold on, I want to see. Oh. Oh. Okay, sorry. I wanted to see a little clip real quick. Twitch, I love you, but please use the money in better in-house moderation, please. I think the hard part with that is, unfortunately, that means that they would have to hire people whose sole purpose it is to review like moderation claims and everything. And that's just something modern companies are not going to do. There is no way in hell they're going to do that. Where that's just somebody's sole job. Like, could you have somebody that reviews things like upon further claim? Sure. I'm sorry. Hold on. I just saw a post. Do y'all remember the whenever Marvel Rivals came out and people like ripped the models and were like, wow, these models are way more detailed than they have to be. There's a meme here of the guy who apparently designed Squirrel Girl, and it's I assure you, dear publisher, spending 3 months sculpting Squirrel Girl's ass is crucial for the success of the game. I promise you guys, if we do all of this hard work now, it's going to pay off at launch. I swear to you. I can't tell you how right now, but trust me, it is going to pay off. It's fantastic. Okay, it's fantastic. Wait a second. No. We are not playing Bring Me to Shrimp. We are not playing Bring Me to Shrimp. Okay, but real talk, as the 3D modeler, go on. Also, hold on. I need more water. I mean, it makes sense, too. You give something a detached base, and it makes it much easier to make outfits later, too. Especially when things can be ripped and swapped. Wait, what the fuck? They said I owed them $450,000? The Mal want to do it again? What? Wait, this says it's socks. What is this in relevancy to? It's a Flork post, but it's on socks. Look, what are you on about? Man, I forgot the talent. Someone Flork in my bed, straight Florking it. Be careful, or people start drawing girl Flork, and I'll have to make a docu of it. Followed immediately by the comment, guys, do not do that. Oh, there's Broth. Who would have? Do it, Broth. Do it. Get on it right now. Get on it right now. Make her as paper pasty as possible. Make her as paper pasty and make her body full of sin. Make her a face for comedy, but a body for sin. You get it? Understood. Makes sense. Good. Got it. Moving on. Glork. What about Glork? Is Glork that alien cat thing? Is that what that is? You might know. Huh. Oversized dress shirt, baggy eyes, messy hair. Yes. Yes. Now you're getting it. Goodness, now you're getting it. All right. Chat, I need Florks in chat. We got a Flork emotes. Glorp. That's not Glork. That's Glorp. I don't know on Steam, but on console, last checked, Hades is on sale. That's random, but okay. I already have Hades too. I don't need the other one. I got Hades too, which means I also got the gaze. I already got the gaze. Hold on. Oh, it's supposed to be Monster Hunter. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I have been missing Flork posts, and I did not realize how fucking unhinged Flork had gotten in the last couple days. I'm not ready for Meltaway's buy panic. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. It gets worse because you can give people bathing salts, and then they'll typically, or on occasion, go to the baths with you. And mind you, can we not... Hold on. Hold on. We need Hecate. Don't move, chat. Nobody move. Everybody sit down. Oh, good lord. Why is this so big? Holy shit. Oh, that's why I'm zoomed in. Chat, come here. Come here. We're going on an adventure, guys. I'd like to introduce you to Buff Witch. Gods, so they can, you know, Greek gods can never do the bath salts. And she's the first boss. That's a mild spoiler, but she's the first boss. And technically your teacher, which you learned right at the beginning, so that's not a spoiler. She's fucking cut, dude! And you can take her to the bath. You can take her to the bath. Here, hold on. Hold on. The game is safe for work, so it's not like there's gonna be like nudity or anything. Take a bath. Here. That's too small. Okay, this one's a little better. There you go, chat. See, she even wears the mask. She even wears the mask in the bath. Broth! Sir, you don't, those are inside words. Keep those in the head. Except whenever I'm hitting on Abby. That's besides the point, though. Listen, 15-foot aliens make me want to hug them. Okay? Okay? We're not going to talk about that. My hands move faster than my mind could think. Listen, Hades makes some damn good characters. I don't care what anybody says. Even if the shitheads think for some reason that, like, Hephaestus shouldn't be in a wheelchair or some shit, which is batshit insane, by the way. Large Night Lady had been living... Oh, right. That is... Let me see. Hades, 2 characters real quick. That is Nemesis, if I remember right. Right? I'm double checking. Yeah, that's Nemesis. Here, chat. Let's give you Nemesis, too. Because I know you're going to like this. Especially Broth. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. What do you mean day one? You can already play it. Till I need a pelvic replacement? Understood. But yeah. Here, let's go back a little bit. Like, so the ones that I've seen people complain about thus far are none of these. One is Aphrodite. If you can play the game on stream, you can look at Aphrodite. It's fine. Hestia. Hephaestus. And that's pretty much it. The rest! Amazing. Amazing. Some of these actually didn't have PNGs the last time I played this game. Huh. Interesting. Apparently a bunch of chuds think Aphrodite has a man jaw. You know. As you do. Like, yeah, exactly. Exactly. They're so brain dead. Hestia is people are upset that she's fat. Are you kidding me? You're talking about the oldest god. You're talking about Mama Hestia. This is a flawless design. You're telling me the goddess of the hearth, of the home fire. Oh, they're also upset she's brown. Yeah, I was going to say they're also upset that she's brown. I hate gamers. Oh my god. She's adorable. She's precious. I'll kill anybody that makes fun of her. The art style? You think chuds care about art style? This is a fantastic design. For who's supposed to be like a motherly figure to like all of the gods. There's even legends where Hestia counsels Zeus. Basically calling Zeus a stupid little child. And telling him that he needs to go fix his problems. She's not Hera. Hestia is like the mother goddess. Doesn't she show up in... I think she has a scene where she does the same thing to like Percy Jackson. in the series, doesn't she? Or am I misremembering a different series, a different Greek god series? And then there's Hephaestus. What do you think people are mad at about this one? Oh, we already said it. It's the wheelchair. This is a killer ass design. Look at this man. Glorious beard. I can't tell if those are tattoos on his arms or something else. Hold on a second. I need to have words on stream ready because ads are going to start in just a minute. But like, that shit's insane. Isn't everyone gray or brown in Hades? What do you mean? I mean, like, all of the, all of, like, the underworld people are kind of, like, gray-ish, but that's kind of the point, because they're, like, tied to the underworld. A deal strong dude gut for a blacksmith. He's also missing a leg. He has, like, the Greek legend equivalent of a robot leg. Doesn't have a lot of stuff written about her that survived. Comes with being a homebody and getting your spot on Olympus taken by the party god. Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. It'd be more like they took the like definition of what do you say? Like avatars, I suppose. Here, we're gonna go back over here, but I'm not gonna go back to the chatting section. I'm instead gonna bring up words on stream because the ad break's gonna start any minute. But I'm not gonna go anywhere because we're still gonna talk about this. So if you want to hear the talk about it or engage in the talk about it with relevancy, I recommend getting a sub. Or Twitch Turbo. Twitch Turbo is actually quite worth it if you watch a lot of different streamers. But people are fucking stupid. That's okay. Hold on. This same argument comes down to the same fucking people who think like the people who think Hephaestus shouldn't be in a Jesus Christ, friend. Thank you so much. We're also kind of low this week on the weekly progress. And this is the last stream day of the week. I need to start doing other things on like Saturday. But I had originally cut the day down to start working on scripts, and I did not do that last weekend at all. Fun fact, by the way, the Greeks invented Greek mechs and punk should be a thing. Aren't there legends of like that have like mechanical monsters in Greek mythology or something? It's a good question. It's actually a very good question. Holy shit, wait, you jumped straight to Hype Train too. Jesus. But no, the thing I was going to say is the people who make the same argument that like Hephaestus and Hades shouldn't be in a wheelchair because he's a god, are the same fucking shitheads who make the same argument that like D&D, you shouldn't be allowed to have somebody in a wheelchair. It's like, you're in a world where there's magic. Why can't they just fix that? Hey, fuckos, I'd hate to tell you, but there's people in wheelchairs in Cyberpunk. Specifically because, like, the systems that they have that they explain can't fix every problem. It's not perfect. Like, in a world with healing magic, wouldn't somebody be able to just, like, fix their spine or their legs? Yeah, but what if they were born with it? What if healing magic doesn't reset that? What if people want to have a character in D&D that's like them and is in a wheelchair? But no, instead you have to be a punk bitch and be like, oh, we can fix that for you. It's like, no, I want a character I relate to. Fuck that. Everybody wants to relate to their character in TTRPGs. Otherwise, it's not nearly as fun to play TTRPGs. Hephaestus made robot animals. That's what I was thinking. I was going to say, I think like some of the creation story too has like creating both like mechanical animals. Now, did that ever exist? Probably fucking not. Finding a cleric and the money to have it done. That's even then though. People make like the argument that like you have a cleric in the party that can like heal you for free or even does use healing magic on you. Why doesn't it fix their legs? Because they don't want it to. We could make up some arbitrary rule if he wants, but just because some chud on the internet is like, I use healing magic on this guy in a wheelchair, he should be able to stand up. Like, unless you work that out with the DM, that's a lazy ass magic system. An infinite omnipotent magic system is boring. I'll say that's also the thing with like people who play TTRPGs or into like nerd stuff that don't understand writing. overthink magic all the goddamn time. Too simplistic or too complicated can make it a problem. A magical capitalist world where you can still be too poor for the expensive magic. Yep. You've made a computer called the... Oh, I know the Antikythera mechanism. It was a... technically, it was a clock. It was... Well, sort of a clock. It was a... how you call it? Similar to like the orrery. It essentially, what it was supposed to do was measure constellations. It would measure like the time of day, the position of the planets, the... and like on one side, it supposedly had the constellations. So like depending on how you like wound it or directed it, you could set it to like certain years, certain dates, and you could determine what like your constellation was. And it was probably believed at this point in time, it's believed to have been essentially a toy and not like a scientific instrument. It was probably the toy of a wealthy person on the ship that sank. Want to know how I know that? Because I was learning about it yesterday. Yesterday. Good timing. Good timing. It also depends on like your definition of a computer. When it comes to a computer can be anything from something like we have today with like microchips and stuff. That's what everybody generally thinks as a computer. But an early computer would be essentially a complex system of gears and winding things that would essentially make it do stuff in its own way. I think a good example is technically, if we wanted to go with the most fundamental version of a computer, a clock. A clock is technically a computer. What do you call those? Like a cuckoo clock? A cuckoo clock is technically a computer. There's no such thing as show times, only more learning. A good show teaches you things, Sunstar. I almost said Ren. Thank you for the hype train. How was Ren able to start a hype train by himself? Can you start hype trains now by gifting multiple subs? That's so weird. That's so weird. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, chat. Hold on a second. Why do I have notifications? Wait, did they open applications for the Unity Guild again? What the fuck? Very odd. Oh, well, there's probably not any other Unity guilds that I want to get into anyway. You can't heal everything there is. It's just also when it comes down to like world building. That's why like Harry Potter is a shit magical world. She doesn't give any drawbacks on like how magic typically works. Hardly any drawbacks. And yet, for some reason, the wizarding world still decides to live within a gross, massively marginalized, what's the word? Class system. Hold on, I gotta make sure I change the category. All right. And then I'll get the game set up while I go ahead and blab about why Harry Potter is yet again one of the worst series ever made. And just happened to be, and Bitch McGee happened to just be some lucky, stupid motherfucker that got lucky by a publishing company that let her publish. And they decided, you know what? This is going to be the young adult, teenage level books that we decide that we're going to push. Okay, I got to change the audio because I don't think I've actually played Dredge on this computer. There we go. All right. Game time. And then let me go ahead and do... All right. Harry Potter is just racism, but with magic? Yes. Yes. 2 writing stitches on this book with water magic? Oh no. That's a nice boat. That is a nice boat. Speaking of which, chat, hold on. I know what we need here. I know what we need here. Where is it? We need the boat. We need the boat right here next to me. Wait, where is it? Where's my boat? There it is. All right. Boat. All right, perfect. I actually kind of like it back there. That's our whittle boat. All right. No more music before I get sensory overload. Okay. Now I wonder how this is going to send us into the DLC. Oh. Oh, good lord. Where did I get this from? Holy shit. Oris Anchor? Passes overboard to create a reusable two-way portal to Blackstone Isle. Ah. Okay. Question mark. Shipyard. I don't think they have any upgrades I can get either. Brittle trawl nets. What? And then ice. Oh wait, that's not. Where do we do the upgrade? Is it floating dock? Yeah, we already have all the upgrades. Okay. I guess we're gonna go. Okay, hold on. Tab, cabin, pursuits, tablets. Okay. Huh. Do we have a map? East Terminus. Question mark. We'll mark there. Maybe we'll go see what that is. Oh, damn it. Okay. But should we go look south first? Does anybody know what this is? Is this the new stuff or is this old stuff? Let me see. Gale Cliffs. Elevation. Double Spine. Okay, the Twisted Strand is the swamp place I remember. I wonder what that is. Also, look at the room out here. Jesus. Steals your boat. You can't take my boat. It's my boat. New spaghetti arms weak. Balls heavy. What? Okay. Yeah, we'll just go. That's what we'll do. Actually. Crown of Nadir. Oh, that was the, okay. All right, I think we're just gonna go north. Oh, you can see it in the distance. That's cool. Okay. I forgot how far you could see things in this game. Hi, Smoke. Me not remembering how any of the commands for this game work. On the upside, we have essentially Ice DLC is north. Interesting. I can see the rig here, so I think that's where we're gonna go. I'm guessing that's maybe going to the rig is what we'll start. Whatever we want to do. Okay, yeah, my trawl net is going. Fantastic. Crab. Yeah, it is crab. Can I... Oh no, I can't actually see my, Shouldn't do that. Shouldn't do that. Okay, hold on. Where's the... Meow. Crab. I love this game. It got me through a year and a half of working abroad. Hell yeah. Nah, I played this game back when it first came out, and then I played it back when the Ice DLC came out. But we hadn't made it to doing the Iron Rig because I didn't have money for a little bit. Whale! Why are you so close to land? Hi, Mr. Whale. Oh wait, what are you? Ooh. Oh. Oh, it's F. Oh, flag! Neat. I don't like that it suddenly got dark. Or that I can't see the rig anymore. Light. See, at least I have good light. Oh, because I'm not going north. It's over here. It's right next to me. Giving off some Subnautica vibes. I could see that. Okay, can I... That looks like a dock right there. Okay. Dock a small metal wharf, 4 giant legs stretched down into the deep, lifting a mountain of metal into the sky. Cargo elevator. The main platform, a man waits nearby, a yellow hard hat strapped to his concerned expression. What do you want? What's this place? Haven't you heard? This is the Ironhaven Corporation's new drilling rig. Or it would be if we were on schedule. Right now it's just a platform. Boss is gonna dock our pay for sure if he shows up and the drill hasn't been started. We've got a foundational stuff laid. Been running into some supply issues. He glances nervously at the water, large waves rolling underneath the shadow of the platform. Ships silvering crates of materials keep going missing, and the HQ said they're not able to dispatch any more for a few weeks. Over, Nautica. Surface? Surface Nautica? Okay, so I guess we need to find... I'm sure the Corp will let you use our facilities once we get the generator wired up, that is. Huh. Okay, so we need to find those boxes. Rest, first of all. Because we want that sweet, sweet daylight. Okay, so we need to find 2 crates. Oh, wait. Here we go. God damn it. Is that one of the indicators? Huh. Okay, so it looks like there's one at the island behind us. So yeah, we'll go check there. Meow. This island. We only need 2 right now, so this shouldn't be too hard to find. I mean... What literally just straight up looks like one. Nice. Jesus, wait, did y'all look at the ship under here? How did this ship go down? How did y'all fuck that up? Is it bad that I feel like I should go get more of these just because I can right now? Just because there seems to be like so many more just on the map. Yeah, we'll go to the south one. Go to this other south island. It was you? What do you mean it was you? Just because some people can sail a boat. Wait, y'all can't sail a boat? Can y'all not sail a boat?
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Yeah. Alright. I think I'm gonna try to get as many of these as I can right now. Because I feel like it's gonna be used to like build a bunch of the like upgrades for this place. And it said something about a generator. Oh, it's gonna keep going again. This one actually had 2 on it. I was not paying attention. Nice. Okay, so we have 3 extras, and it's already getting dark. Jesus, that was fast. There's not any around me, is there? Oh, I see one over there, actually. At least it looks like a box. Books. Oh, shit. I looked at my inventory to see how much space I had. Okay, hold on. We're gonna need to do some organizing here. Okay. Oh no, ghost ship! Ghost ship! Ghost ship! I don't like the ghost ships. They're spooky and ominous, even though they look like they're bright. One of the first magic items was a foldable boat. Actually, I cast catapults on it and used the command word on it a few times. Really? Honk! I do sometimes consider honking at them. Not gonna lie. The thing too is right now my trawl is like picking up so much stuff that I also can't like, I don't think this place has a place to sell it. Get these up to the main platform. Nice. Should be a working order, but I just checked the storm and it looks like we never got any fuel deliveries. I did find this though. You can use it to patch things up in a pinch. Keep it. Oh. All the repair. Okay. Why don't you introduce yourself to the head scientist? He's always interested to hear about the local fish species. Science lab! Oh my god, look at this nerd. First an old man facing. You might get a honk back. I know about that, Elay. I know they honk back and then they come after you. And then they're actually giant fish. There's an old man pacing back and forth near a cordoned off area on the main platform. He's muttering to himself quietly, as all scientists do. I cast Attack of the Flying Dutchman. Uh-oh. The angler turned courier. Isn't that right? The workers were talking about you. All good things, I promise. Say, you must know a great deal about fish species around here. You wouldn't believe me if I told you? Oh. Instead of rolling his eyes as most people do when they sense a fisherman's tail approaching, the scientist's eyes glisten with an intense curiosity. Me. That's so. Perhaps you'll find a little more imaginative than others. Get him? What do you mean? Before we get into all of that, though, it seems my laboratory is also a victim of missing supply shipments. Oh, congratulations. Got the material for the science lab now, too. We'll get to work. Fantastic. Should we have really built the science lab before we got the drill running? Enough space for your tubes and fluids, eh? More than sufficient for my needs. Thank you, both of you. Fisherman, consider you're not on the corpse payroll. Why don't you take this? Soothing tea. Oh. Okay. Put you up here. Foreman turns to you. I think we have the solution for a fuel problem. Come see me at the generator. I'll give you the rundown. Wait, I don't know what I can do with the lab. Doesn't seem like it's executive. Our current executive's father hired me when I was fresh out of college. Huh. Okay, so we don't get anything there. It looks like it can be upgraded, I think, with that, like, one. Turns out the fuel never got dispatched from Ironhaven at all. It was at the radio to HQ. Apparently there's a biofuel generator. It's some new tech the Corp wanted to trial out here, and they expect us to supply it ourselves. Thing is, they don't know how to outfit us with any gear for harvesting biomass. Fleet Services construction is way down the project list. Think you could help us out here? You can add fish or net. Sorry, scrimps. And anchovies. Listen, this is actually kind of perfect. Oh. And we'll keep one shrimp in the net. Won't hold it anymore. I'll fire it up. The crushing compactor clunks to life. The sound of pneumatic pistons and straining squelching soon gives way to the stuttering sound of distant gears. Ah, we've done it! A large capsule drops down from a chute labeled waste. though it's through its clear walls, you can see remnants of the fish you deposited. And well, you'll probably be able to use that for chum, right? Aberrated bait. Canister of malignant fish remains adorned with warning stickers and caution labels. Attracts wretched fish. What a wretched fish. Initiating drill deployment in 3, 2, 1. This is gonna be bad, isn't it? This is gonna be so bad. We're about to fucking Enron this shit. You and both so adorable. Thank you, Matthew. It's my boat. I don't think that's the usual type of drill that they use. Oh yeah, who'd have thunk? Time to open up crack into the Eldritch Biosphere. BP Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. Oh my god. Scientist walks over gripping handrails to counteract the shockwaves from the drill. We've broken through. We're underway at last. What about that huge crack that opened up? Is the reservoir stable? Admittedly, the fissure is larger than my model suggested, but appears to have stabilized. We should consider halting the drilling for now. Also, we would be remiss in our duties to the local population if we didn't survey the area and gather some data. That vein fisherman, I have something for you. The factory has recently became operational, allowing us to manufacture equipment infused with the corporation's latest breakthroughs. Huh. It's just like, it's, what, an upgraded fishing rod? Nice and oceanic. Can I not just like put this in storage or something? Oh, storage. God damn it! Oh, to storage. Center mouse button. My center mouse button that's mostly broken. Oh. Sea cucumber. Osteostrachen. Paddlefish. Say paddlefish aren't coastal. Paddlefish are freshwater. And then whatever the fresh hell this thing is. Tula monstrum. Horrific. Okay, I guess we're going fishing in the oil. In fact, they've given us the budget to compensate you for any additional biomass you bring us just seeing at the generator. I'll pay you. Hell yeah. Oh shit, Tech Lab. Tech Lab is operational. Be able to work on projects of more technical mechanical. I have plans for an interchangeable modular system. You'll see. Tell you when we get it set up, but yeah, see, I told you picking up these extra crates wasn't gonna be a bad idea. Oh. Oh. So I do have another use now for the gears again, thank God. Ah, shit. Wait, is this not already made? I guess it's not. Okay, looks like I only had one. Pulses to illuminate your surroundings? That's kind of crazy. How does the foghorn pulse? Hi, Goopy. Eldritch Springs have oil? Oil! Alright. A figure emerges from the lower decks and beckons you over to the shadows. You're gonna be hanging around. Maybe we can do business. Come see me in the undermarket alone. Undermarket? Okay. Got some items. Oh! How much money do I have? Oh, I got plenty of money. I'm fucking swimming in it, baby. Although it still looks like a lot of things have... Oh, give me that. Extend shelf life efficient. Other ice blocks. More ice is more effective up to a point. Huh. Okay. Here, that also means we can go back to the tech lab. And do this. Okay, so now we have that available. Should move this up here. Oh, right. Okay, these are the things that he wanted. Got it. Got it. Place isn't built yet, but he just to a pile of materials behind you. Okay, so we need to get another crate. Oh, I shouldn't have undocked. We need to rest. That's what we need to do. So we need to get a couple things. We need to go to where that crack is. Follow the crack, boys. We're gonna leave the troll going. Oh, good lord. Oh, hey. Oh, what a quinky dink. There's still an extra crate over here. And I hear dolphins. Oh, and an eldritch pool. Fantastic. Hi, look at that monstrosity. That's all I needed. All right, where was that crack going? Oh, there it is. See, this crack went far as shit. Jesus. Okay. Am I gonna take damage if I go in the oil right now? Okay, well that's one of the things we needed. Jesus. I hate it. Oh my god. Okay, that's another one of the things we needed. That's the other one. One of these has to be a paddlefish, right? No. Okay, hold on. Here, maybe it's one of these. Oh wait, no, this is debris. Although, oh, never mind. I don't need that. Need that where I'm going. What are you? This is one of the things we needed, right? Will it actually show me if I go to my cabin? Suits, iron rig, samples. Paddlefish. Okay, we got Tunal Monstrum and the Osteotracing. We need the sea cucumber and the paddlefish. Oh, speaking of which, there's the paddlefish. I think the sea cucumber we're probably gonna get with the Okay, yeah, let's get the paddlefish. Through with the trawler is what I'm guessing. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! How do I... Oh, it's right click, duh. Okay, okay, now we're getting somewhere. And then... I have no damblage. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. Give me just a second. Never mind then. Never mind. It was nothing, crab pot. Yeah, we can actually put a crab pot down. Let's go put you... crab pot. There. And then we'll come over here. That's you. Okay, slam it in reverse. Where'd that plenty go? Where'd that plenty go? Fuck it, we'll put you here. I'm fine if it's Spear. And then we're gonna need to turn... Oh, god damn it, put that away. Light. Light, let there be light. And then, real quick, Oh, whoops. I keep hitting the wrong things. You. Squid. Swordfish. Although it's right here. Oh, I don't have an oceanic equipment? Wait, really? Oh, I guess that's true. I guess that's true. Running the Viscera cane. No, we haven't got it yet. I could just try, like, driving through the oil over and over. Uh-oh. Ooze. Gross. Oh, hi. I didn't realize that the crazy thing was sitting right on top of me. Oh! Those rocks were not there earlier. Also, wait a second. No! No! Cool. We are leaving, soldier! Oh, hi, Patrick. Yeah, because I kind of sat in the crazy cloud too long. Those rocks just jumped out at her. They were coming at me. So it was self-defense. Oh, what the fuck? Damn it. I need to get back to the rig so I can eat. Oh, god damn it. Okay, let's give the scientists what we have. Ugh. Okay, we can go back. Go back. Go to... Not the undermarket. What's the factory have? Stretching designer notebook. Hey there, welcome to factory. Ooh. Oh. Ah. Oh, wait, there's tiers. Oh, do I have to learn all of these? What are those hooks and stuff? Okay, I think what I want to get... Dark canister, hydraulic rod. Okay, so we have to bring her, like, the equipment that comes before it. Okay, hold on. Let's go ahead and build the foundry. For fishing and oil? Yeah, that's what it seems like. Oh. Oh, he makes more of the boxes out of the other random supplies that we come across. Cool. I wonder what tier 2 is. With legal threats and warnings against unauthorized opening. Amazing. I don't think there was anything else we could do, was there? Here, we can actually go to the... Where was it? Generator? Hey. Okay, so we just sell him this. We just sell him the fish that we have. Okay, now what did we do? How do we repair here? Was it undermarket? Dual boat, yeah. Let's see real quick. Where's the... No, that's fathomless winch. There's the hydraulic rod. What do I have lying around? Fathomless winch, refined metal, scrap of paper. Okay. go back and look at the factory. Hoist. This one was the one that we were given. Thing is, a lot of these we don't need right now, and we haven't found out what these dart canisters are. Actually, hold on. Let's see real quick. So, hydraulic press, dart canister, and a crate. Okay, so now we need to go see if we can get that cucumber. But what we're gonna do to guarantee it happens is we're gonna double rest. Because this will actually fast forward the time on the pots that we put down. Enjoy your Nom's Ghost. All right. I did not have the light equipped like I thought I did. All right, back to our little shitty area. Let's go check those crab pots. On the hunt for the sea pickle. We do gotta find the sea pickle. I want that sea pickle. Chat, has anybody here ever had those pickled sea kelp things? There's a company, or maybe a couple companies, that like takes bull kelp and turns them in and like pickles them. I want to know if anybody's ever tried them and if they're good. Oh. Oh, cool. Caught something in the net. Okay, now we need to go find our thingamadoohickeys, which are over here on the other side. Kathy Oil's whispering to me. Cerebral crab. Okay, let's grab the other one. We're actually gonna leave these here because I'm lazy. And now we can take this back. You know, we're just gonna go around the outside of the island. Actually, oh, we don't have a way to fish these up, do we? Still, yeah, we don't. That's fine. It's fine. All right. Let's say, wait, where's the rig? God, I hate seeing that glowing crevice at the bottom of the ocean. Game gives me Sunless Sea vibes, just with more sun. I can see that. That has the video of people chopping kelp. Yes, exactly. The ones where where they're like chopping kelp and it goes. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, that's bull kelp. Wow! So majestic. So majestic. Multiple lightning sigils in this book. You went from water sigils to lightning sigils. Are you putting these in different books, or is this the same book? Are you making a storm book? Is that what this is? Ooh, lightning. Hello. Hello. Oh, science. All right, sir. Take your sea pickle. Consult some papers on his desk and leaf through some old encyclopedia. This is remarkable. Some of these species have you caught these before? They haven't been seen outside the fossil record since, well, ever. Well, like 2 of them maybe. This could make sense. The fissure opening caused some kind of disturbance in the deep, possibly spooking some of these fish up the water column. I'll run some tests on these. Scientists interrupted by the foreman outside shouting through his megaphone again. The foreman below orders. Engage reverse gear. Get that drill out of there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, shit. Not another one! Oh, no, not Gale Cliffs. Shit. Oh, hell. That's enough. Drill's clear. I have here. Drill's clear. Shut it down. As I was saying, I've run some quick tests on these specimens, though from the sound of things, you may have some additional samples to gather. More unstable than we anticipated. Even with the drill removed, it appears the fissure is continuing to expand. Of some contaminants leaking from the fissures in isolated pockets, there's also chances might happen. The engineer at the factory has been working on a system to siphon such contaminants from the water. Oh, these are the dart canisters. Waiting to any contaminant patches. Tech lab. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, okay. So we need to go get more of these boxes so we can get all these upgrades. Now I can actually click the... Is it factory? Material gathering. Okay, that'll be useful. So we need to go get more boxes. So real quick, before we leave, we're going to sell this. Sell. You can go to storage. You can go to storage. And so can you, little hook flag. And this, I forgot I had this. Forgot I had the horrendous mouth of the deep. All right, we're gonna rest. And I'm actually gonna put this crab pot like right off the rig. New Marvel Rivals event, you can clone match. Yeah, I did see the clone match. I also saw I almost said Scarlet Witch. That is not whose skin it is. Oh wow, this is really deep. You know what? Fuck it, we ball. Go get it, mouth of the deep. All right, so we're gonna end up following this crack all the way down. Okay, Gale Cliffs is on this side. So we're actually gonna go over here. So we'll hug a little bit east. Around these islands. Widow, yes. Widow got a new, like, western skin that looks really good. Really, really good. A bunch of deep sea drillers being a Deepwater Horizon, kind of. And possibly releasing horrors beyond our comprehension. You know, as you do. As you do. It's also, we kind of need the, like, collector items and stuff right now. So we kind of have to go do... Somewhere Beyond the Seas, somewhere eating for me? Oh, no. All right. Map. Okay, over here. This island. Please give me 3. Please give me 3. Please give me 3. I see at least 2. I hope one of these gives me multiple. Well, that one actually looks like it has 2 boxes. Well, actually, both of these look like they have 2 boxes floating in it. But I'm pretty sure that's just visual nonsense. That doesn't actually matter. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. I think, though, I kind of want to grab some more. Wait, what was that? What is glowing down there? Huh. Damn it, it's already getting dark? Seriously? Oh, there's another one out here. Hell yeah. I like the fact that there's like some stray ones just about. Just about. Okay, we could probably fit like 2 more. Except I don't wanna. We're going back. Oh my god, why do there have to be multiple insanity clouds? We're going back. We got 4. That's enough to do some shenanigans. Oh, I forgot about atrophy. That's a really good ability, too. I'll probably use it when we get to Gale Cliffs, because I think it'll be useful just to get some of the samples all at once. Oh, no, I almost used it. I did not mean to change. I'm scared that Cthulhu is going to rise out of the water and cause madness. No, that happens in the non-DLC ending. We've already done that. Yeah, we've already done that. Cthulhu's already ended the world once. This is just the repeat. We're on like world 3, I think. Something like that, right, chat? Y'all remember? What's that noise? No, thank you. What were we doing? Was it factory? Okay, yeah, she's the one that gives us the... Oh, hell yeah. Damn, we're gonna make this a big-ass oil ring. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Siphon trawler, pistons and tubes, pump samples from the waves. Collecting filtered... Oh, okay, that's exactly what we need. And a basic trawl net. Shit. So... Son of a bitch. Actually, damn it. Huh, maybe I should have sold those fish first. I think I just lost all the fish that were in that trawl net. Okay, so now we need the basic trawl net. So go back. Under market. Basic trawl net. Annoyingly, we have to install it. Factory. Okay. Material harvester. Collection of more solid materials. Fish can't be caught in the net like this. Wait, what does it pick up then? Flotsam. Once deployed, the trap expands into a larger formation capable of gathering discarded materials. Okay. Does it help getting things running? Okay. So... we kind of do need this. What does this one do? Coastal and shallow? We haven't got a dark canister yet, so we'll probably have to wait on that. So let's go ahead and start putting other things where they'll be useful. More upgrades! Hell yeah. Hey man, you doing okay? You've been mumbling since about old gods, the great old ones, Mommy Octogod and Octo-Idiots for a bit. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about... Ooh. Oh. Turning speed. Huh. Reversing speed. Dredging speed. Heat sink. Huh. So this is what we can use like the black goop and stuff for, and extra research bits. Does it... it looks like it's an item. Or does it just get like added? Okay, so I think our plan is to go get a bunch of these and a bunch of black goop. We want to get more equipment. Ah, okay. Nautilus. Sick. Okay. We're actually gonna rest through the night, and then we'll go over to Gale Cliffs. Mebble, mebbe. Hi, Sim. Old God ones, the other stuff sounds fine. I agree. All right, let's go. Oh, whoops. Here, let's see what this new foghorn sounds like. Oh. Oh, it pings. Oh, okay, it pings things. I'll take those. Don't mind me. Anyway. Turn that off. All right, we're heading south. Let's get the haste thing. Where's my haste? I hope those actually are just like passive upgrades. I hope, like, as we get those and pay for those, it's just passively added to the ship and I don't have to, like, add them as little parts. But I don't know if that's going to be the case. So let me see. We went to other islands. What would be another one? We can go... let's actually check this island, because I want to see if they actually respawn, but I don't think they do. I don't think the boxes respawn. Hi, Amber. Yeah, there's the ship right there. So they don't respawn. Although this was... Forget, was this a new section? No, this is the same one. Okay, so we're still going to the Gale Cliffs. I do kind of want to get that new upgraded infused winch, because that will be useful. Wait a second. Okay, no, we need to go eat. We need to go west. We need to go west. Boat. Y'all are enjoying that boat, aren't you? When we're back playing this game. Okay, where is... I think it's on the other side. Wait, Stevie? Boat? Boat? Hardtack. Yep, hardtack. That's that crashed plane. Wait. What does that sound? Wait, wasn't there... Oh, I'm at the wrong island! No! It's that island. One thing. Whew. Alright, give me haste. Give me food, give me fire, give me that which I desire. And then we can go to the scientist island after we get this. That better not be horrors beyond my expectations. Things are whispering in my brain again, chat. Fine. I'm fine with being crazy. It's fine. It's totally fine. Everybody else is crazy. We need to worry about that. It's not the voices. It's not the voices influencing me. Shut up. Shut up, chat. Came to redeem vote, but it's not cool. Yeah, somebody just used it. Uh-oh. Oh, what the fuck? Hi, Miss Scientist. Can we stay here for a little while? Okay. We have gotten Eep. We have gotten stuff. Gotta double check. Yeah, we have all the things. Okay. Oh, hey. Look at that. That's neat. Oh, whoops. I actually went into the island. I don't want to go into the island, silly. Okay, where are we? Might as well go there, actually. More boxes! Whale! Whale shark. Okay. Can the horn just... I don't know. That's a good question, actually. You raise an excellent point. One that I hadn't considered. Dang, chat. You're smart today. Alright. Listen, after having, like, done all of the upgrades in this game, I'm kind of glad that I have something else to, like, grind to make my ship better now. I just need to remember that we also need to put... Oh, hey, there's more. We'll have to put these in storage so that we can get the fish and stuff. But that is totally fine. All right, now we got to go to Gale Cliffs, which is over there. Over D. And then where's my trawl thing? Could have honestly just put that down this whole time because I don't think it does anything else. Here, let's do some fishing. Oh, whoops. That's what happens if you don't get it. Okay. Interesting. Excuse me, I have some stuff to slurp up. All right. Go here. Storage. All the storage boxes. All the boxes. Okay. And then I don't think they have a repair person here. But, real quick, I did actually see a couple of those Eldritch rules over, like, here. Oh, it's oceanic. Also oceanic. God damn it. Okay, maybe we just need to get all this goop. Okay, so we got some ooze. That's actually good. You'll see that? I don't want to look at that again. What, the hot VTuber? Yeah, I see that. No, the eyes. The eyes. Retired whaler. Okay. That eye thing is still going on. What is that? Have I gotten the cylinder yet? I don't think so. All right. So it seems like when I hit the bubbles, I get the goop. If I get like too close. And we're just cleaning up the goop because God knows totally not BP is not going to do it. Oh, the bubbles still got me. That looks like fabric. Okay, I actually want to get like multiple canisters if I can. Listen, this is fine. This is now just, this is now, how do we say, chat, this is now just power wash sim, but instead of an actual power washer, we're just on a boat sucking up goop. I'm doing my part. Oh no, there's a very tiny bit. Why didn't you just look that up? How many canisters do I have? None. Wait, is it not making canisters? Maybe I just need to take the goop? But it looks like it's filling a canister. Okay, hold on. We'll see. Then it says that it's It also, I think it, oh no, I still have it. Okay, I thought those goop things may have like rotted the fish that I was carrying. Also, while I'm here, and because I have an abundance of money, they aren't versus the guy with 7.5k shipping vote? Yeah. Yeah. Shipyard? Gimme. Okay. Okay. We're gonna rest, and then we're gonna see if our fish is still alive. The one that we've now been holding for like 2 to 3 days. Okay, it's stale, but we can still take that. We can still take that to the, all the way back. We gotta go all the way back. Is there any... No, but there is oil on this other side of Little Moreau. Little Marrow? Moreau? Marie! It's like Tractor Simulator. Listen, I'm doing my best, okay? Here, maybe we'll find some of the other fish that we need. Oil? That shit's mine! Not paddlefish. Okay, what's this other one? Okay, no, these look like they're basically the same ones from the other area. And that's Little Moreau on the other side. And there's these other ones. Schmack. Okay, yeah, it looks like this one's gonna be the same ones. So we're just gonna zip right on through. Right on through, if you will. Oh, we don't have a net. Oh, never mind, there they are. That's where the canisters go. Okay, that's good to know. We just keep pumping, we just keep pumping. Whales! Anyway. Okay. So yeah, we have 2 canisters. That's good. That's good. I want to come back and I want to get like the research thing. What about keep pumping? I know, I just immediately put them away because I was like looking at it. I was like, oh, but they keep making noises and I can hear them. But we're not going through any oil. It's fine. Should come see me if you need, pointing to any containment patches. Okay. All right, you. I have a canister, sir. Fluorescent bulbs in the room flicker and buzz. Oh, that doesn't bode well. Thank you. It's always important to know if we're dealing with an operation such as this. You saw anything noteworthy about the liquid you let on, and don't forget about that other thing I asked you to do. There you go, champ. And then we need trilobites and nautilus. Yeah, okay, so we need to get, and trilobite comes from a crab pot. Okay. So we'll pick up our Mouth of the Deep that's like currently hanging out here. And then we can go get, actually, hold on. Yeah, then we need to upgrade desperately. We need to get the, is it factory? We need to get the infused winch. And then we need to go back and we need to go buy the winch. Okay. We need to go buy the winch. And this first. We also need this. And then winch. Winch. Winch? Huh? Okay, hold on. Is it not the winch? Hydraulic rod. I'm stupid. I was looking at like the shape of it and I was like, isn't that it right there? Isn't El Tutorial just biofuel? Is it? Is it though? Okay. So, go back. We'll go to the factory. First, we gotta go here. Back here. Put that in storage. That in storage. Okay. And eventually we'll probably need this. I think we wait and save. Oh, the infused hoist. We don't have another dark canister right now, which is fine-ish. But we'll probably almost certainly need it later. Okay, let's go to the tech lab real quick. Okay, now let's see if these become passive. Fuck, they don't. Gross. Okay. And because I have a bunch of these, we'll go ahead and grab one of these too for the upgrade. Raggle fraggle. Raggle fraggle. At least they small. True. I'm hoping they need more like passives or more ship upgrades around here. But I suppose not. Okay, still can't do his 2. Here, didn't we have some things? Weren't there some upgrades or something that wanted goop? Which of those things wanted goop? Was it in the factory? What was the thing that wanted goop? Am I misremembering? Oh, it is these things. Okay, yeah, it was these things. Okay, really quick. Storage. Just so that we have them, we'll put those in here. That down there. Glacial Lance. Lance! Okay. Versatile rod. That would have been useful as an upgrade, but that's probably going to end up being like higher tiers over here. But... Okay, that's fine. We're gonna rest and then we'll pick up our mouth. Pick up the mouth that's just been over here. Pick up. All right, and now we're going all the way to Gale. Oh, whoops, I already had haste selected. Places to be, things to do. Is that a box? I'm pretty sure that's a box right there. Oh god, they do respawn. Killer whales. Orcas. So majestic. Alright, hold on. We gotta get more boxes. Never know when you're gonna need more of these. Since they also seem to be needed for like all of the upgrades and stuff too. And it's better than having to build the extras out of the crummy scrap pieces. That requires like 3 different ones. Okay. Now we'll go to Gale Cliffs. We'll turn our pumps on. You know what? We might as well just kind of just piddle on through this oil field. Excuse me, don't mind me. Okay. Oh, here, there's more over here. Listen, the more we pick up, the more dark canisters we get. The more dark canisters we get, the more upgrades we get. Your bubble does nothing to me, sir. That's the volcano. We need to go over there. Okay. And then we'll put down the mouth once we get to like the little oil section. And then hopefully there's gonna be no like ominous little eye or anything that's gonna try to eat us. I'm sure that'll be fine. Actually, hold on. I think I want to put it in the oil, but if I'm running the pump, and also, of course, turn that on. If I'm running the pump, then I won't be able to do it. All right, right there. And then I see these eldritch little things. They're important, chat. Okay, we need all the eldritch fish we can get. Where's my eldritch little fish? I said, where's my eldritch little fish? There's that strange little thing. Works for me. Works for me. And then give me this other one. Here's the decaying one. Oh, ah, shit. There, fuck it. We're going over here. And then we can sell our shit to the lady here. Fish market. Right, I don't think we need to keep any of these right now, so we can just sell. Back, go to the floating dock. Oh, nope, that's not it. Shipyard. Because I think we took some damage. And we'll discard the goop. Goop goes back in the water. Need more sigils for my books? Oh boy. Oh boy, more sigils. Oh shit, I missed the commercial break completely? Damn it. Damn it, I was blind. I was blind. I was engrossed in the boating, chat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Gosh darn it. All right. Okay, I think we're good. Rest. And then we can go do more things, because now we can go check that crab pot. And so we're looking, I think in the crab pot, we're looking for trilobites. We have not gotten anything. Oh, shit. But at least we can do this. Where's our trollnet? All right, chat, we're back on cleaning duty. Listen, we gotta clean out the bay of this humble whaling town. You know, the whaling towns of today. It's fine. Now I also gotta get this tiny little splotch because reasons. The bolt has to hold on there and it's already too late. No! Also, there's another tiny dot right there. Look at that. Look at you. I see you. Let's sneak that one past me. And then there's all these fucking little other little ones that I've made. Y'all hear the slurping sound that this thing makes? Right? Y'all hear that, right? God damn it. We'll just kind of swoop around like this. Meow. Oh, I just realized I'm taking all of the goop from the section that I dropped my crab pot in. Okay, are you gonna give me a trilobite? Hey, trilobite. Nailed it. Nailed it. Wasn't even close. Wasn't even close. Listen, we're slurping, okay? We're slurping. Oh, I've only got one canister so far. Here, we'll just keep cutting these in like little sections. That makes it a little bit easier on the brain. But what were some of the other ones we needed? Actually, I think some of these we couldn't fish until... Okay, yeah, we need whatever this thing is. Oh, this is the Nautilus. Okay, here's our Nautilus. Do we want more Nautilus, though? Hi, Kona. What were the other ones we needed? We have the Nautilus, we have the Trilobite. There was another one. Where's my stethoscope? Not my stethoscope, my spyglass, yes. Stonefish. Was that a stonefish? No, I think stonefish is default here. Nautilus. I don't know. Very interesting. Okay, let's do... I don't want to go... Should I just go all the way back to the rig to see what it is? Because I don't remember what it was. And I don't think I can check from... Here? Nautilus Solicina. Lancet fish. Solicina I think we already got. Maybe it's the lancet fish that we're missing. So then... Encyclopedia. Oh, Gale Cliffs. Oh, it's this. It's this thing. This is the Solicina that we need. Advanced rod. It says day or night. So it's got to be around here somewhere. Here, let's see if we can find it after I, of course, turn on my fucking light. Let's check the map real quick. Oh, shit. Okay, probably gonna be in one of these other ponds, I'm guessing. I don't want to go over there. I don't want to go over there. I don't want to go over there at night. For anybody that doesn't know about the Gale Cliffs, there's giant monsters at the Gale Cliffs that I don't like dealing with. Nautilusi, Nautiluses. I'm pretty sure it's just Nautilus. And even plural is Nautilus. All right, let's go find these other, well, there's one over there. All right, let's see if... Okay, yeah, okay, the weird things. Wait, what is that? Dolphins! Okay. Not really finding what we're looking for. There we go. Oh, good lord, this thing is huge. Okay, hold on. What's this other one? Oh, abyssal. That we can't fish. We'll take one or two more. Oh, wow. That other one only gives one. This is giving us 3. I was thinking these were going to be rare, like the sharks, because they're kind of the same size as the sharks. All right, let's go back. All right, we have... Okay, yeah, we have the rest of the things that we need. So we can go ahead and move it. Meow. Okay. It's very interesting that everything gets red when I make contact with it. Though probably not a lot. You look like you have fun with it. It's an enjoyable model. I can't wait to use the Live 2D. Speaking of which, I think I'm just gonna say fuck it. Because the person that I wanted to get my alerts from is going through so much shit that to the point where they even said that they're just gonna like do it for free. But it's well past the due date for that too. I was still gonna pay him for it, but just nothing's shown up. Nothing's shown up. I still kind of want it because they did like a really good job on like the demo that they showed me. But that was the last thing I was waiting for on just saying fuck it and doing a bare bones refresh. But now I'm just like, fuck it, chat. We're not gonna have alerts for a little bit. Damn it. Ugh. I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you want about? What was the question? Oh, what the fuck is that? What is that emote? Oh my goodness. What were we doing? Oh yeah, science lab. Science team! Nautilus? Weird squiggly thing. Trilobite. A vial of fluid. Might expect a deep and red, counting pints of light from... Okay. Search joy and it came up? Oh, sure, sure. It's one of Digi's? That's a Digi emote? No fucking way. Oh, it's because it's fucking Soviet Womble. It's Soviet's fucking emote. Digi just has it. It's Soviet's joy emote. Christ. Well then. Well then. Oh. Uh-oh. 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 Bad touch? Oh god, they have extra eyes. Cool. Is it pulling the structure down? Ah, shit. Something incredibly powerful gripping the rig, so it's really here. Oh shit, wait, you knew? Steps away from the nearby window, knuckles still white from gripping the frame moments before. Fishman's structure, the people on it can't stand up to this. I had a student. She was developing some technology. He turns back and presses his forehead against the glass. It was a way of communicating, I suppose. Working on emulating a language that we don't fully understand. She began to twist the words. She didn't agree with Ironhaven's methods, so leveraging my role on the board for the research society, I pulled some strings and had her posted far away to Stellar Basin. Okay, I guess we're going to find the scientists now. What the fuck are these? Okay, so now we're gonna need the Abyssal and the Hadal. In a sea swug. Look at that little guy. Look at that little guy. Look at that little silhouette. I already know he's so cute. Okay, let's find... First things first, we need to go back. We need to give this to the guy in the generator. Now we have space. And we're gonna go to factory real quick. We're gonna need that. And put that in there. Just only have the one canister, so before I forget, we need to put that in there. And eventually we'll probably need this. And this. So might as well start putting things into other things where they're useful. Okay, so what do we need for this? We need the Fathomless Hoist, which... I have one of those already. There it is. I do have one. Okay. And we already have space for it. Isn't that fantastic? Slug. It's a slug. All right. I think we're actually gonna need... Oh wait, tier 3. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do indeed. Made good progress on getting the factory fully operational. Cool. I think we're gonna like what we can make here now. Am I? These are pretty boring. As opposed to all these cool equipment. Oh, please. Repair kits, soothing teas, my ass. There's docks everywhere. What do I need that shit for? Okay. Since I don't have any more boxes. Resource refinement. Okay. All right, so I guess we're going to the scientist, and actually, hold on. We're gonna need some more crab pots. Crab pots? He doesn't sell crab pots. Upsetting. Darn it. That's okay. There's a fishing lady platform over there that we can get crab pots from. Oceanic horrors beyond your comprehension, always. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Okay. Stellar Basin. Also, we can get rid of that. Stellar Basin, all the way down there. Okay. So we need to go southwest. Zoom. Oh god, you can see the silhouette of her little like research tower in the distance. Hold on. Uh-oh. Box. Box! Wow, these things actually do respawn pretty frequently. Kind of impressive. Give me this other one. Makes me kind of want to go check the other island that we're going to whiz past on the way there. Okay. Which it's not going to be this first island on our right. It's going to be the next one. The worst thing in this game be wooden planks. You're going to walk the wooden plank. Is that what you're admitting to? Yarr. Yarg! I stay holding my eyes closed, my eye closed like an idiot. Totally works. Totally works. Convincing, right? Oh, god damn it. Eldritch Pool. It's the perfect bait. Just show me spooky pool. Oh, that was easy. Wait, it's still blue. It's not blue anymore. But I'm devoted. Alright, release the fish back into the wild. Goodbye, fish. And it's this island that we're coming up on. Okay. You mean you don't enjoy a nice cup of chamomile? Chamomile is one of my, like, first choices of tea. Okay, yeah, these haven't respawned. I'm looking too far to the side. There she is. Meow. Okay, we'll go dock at her thing, talk to her. And then I actually want to try the atrophy ability again. No, cease. Okay. Researcher. Hello again, what do you need? Someone from Ironhaven Corporation sent me? Don't expect that name to follow me all the way here. Also, look at that dog. So what do you want? Seems to know you. I don't know, he's the reason I was posted all the way out here so far from home. He might have mentioned that I studied under him, but I studied him too. His theories on nature cycles were odd. He never went into much detail, but his work had some curious influences. I heard whispers through the door of the office, saw confusing diagrams that lingered in half-erased chalk and dust on torn-up shreds of paper. Never could make sense of it. Oh, you're helping them with that, I suppose? Do you have any idea what they're even doing? She turns away and tries to recompose herself with a few deep breaths. Of course you don't. You're just trying to help, but you've seen what happens to the water here and elsewhere, I imagine. What about the defensive tech you've been working on? Using the repulsion machine I gave you. Strictly speaking, I wouldn't call it a defense system. It doesn't interact with anything on a physical level. You see, Ironhaven's Scientific Communication Division has long been working on a project to further their exertion over the natural world. Is this why there's no crew on the carnival boats? Baron made us all walk the plank? No, because I like going fishing on my own, okay? Complicated stuff, but essentially they're trying to emit signals to communicate with, well, anything they wanted to, I suppose. Tech have been working along those lines, but instead of a wide spectrum communication, it attempts to broadcast a single word, flee. It emits vocalized panic response of every animal I was able to gather acoustic data on. Jesus. Need to protect the rig and its workers. Couldn't give a damn about the rig or the corp, but not everyone there deserves to face the consequences of the corp's actions. I'll give you some schematics. I'm sure someone there is smart enough to decipher them and get it built. Just don't let them know this means I forgive them or that I approve of what they're doing. I guess that's it. Do I just get the schematics? Construct buildings on the rig. Build defenses. Build them. Oh no. Okay. All right. Let's real quick. Put these things away. Rest. And so we never got. No, we're gonna do more fishing days. No, we're gonna do more fishing days. Oh, whoops. Okay, where was the oil? On the outside. Kind of. Mostly. Oh, we need crab pots. We need crab pots. That's important. Oh, we have to go to the fishing lady. We have to go this way. Yeah. And then we'll probably also pick up some research gear if she has it. It's raining, it's pouring. Okay. Shipyard. Here, give me gear. And then Wait. Where are the crab pods? Here, don't I? Here, maybe I have some lying around. No, I don't. I'll have some down there. Let's go pick up those. So we've got to go south. We're gonna go pick up all those extra crab pots I have lying down here. Why is it not letting me buy more? Am I blind? Am I blind? I think I am. All right, going out to the ice drifts. I don't think it's gonna actually make us come out here again later. Where's mine? Get some pep in our step. I don't think the DLCs are technically tied to each other. Oh god, did I just leave these crab pots like right off the edge of the dock? Oh, nope, there they are. Oh god, how full are these crab pots gonna be? Oh, Jesus. Oh, good lord. I don't think I'm gonna be able to pick up all of these at once. Okay, yeah, I couldn't take all of them at once. Here, let's see if anything out of this one. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that. Okay, let's sell our shit here, and then we can get the rest of those crab pots picked up. Fish market. Sell. Oh, duh, that's where the fucking crab pots are. I'm stupid. God damn it. God damn it. All right. But I'm devoted to this plan. Son of a bitch. In the fish market. It's not somewhere else. Should have known. Should have known. Hi, Frostbite. How are you doing? Can I... Shit. Alright, fine. Whatever. We'll just go back. That's fine. I am fine with that one particular crab pot just rotting there. Fuck you, tornado. Alright. Did it to myself. I did it to myself. Y'all can't see Coco, but she is currently absolutely laid out behind me. Just positively. I forget, is this a crab? And there's a crab. Excuse me, pardon me. Okay, I just actually... Shut up! I hear it still yelling behind me. Eat shit, weird crab thing. La 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 la. Shipyard. Repair. Go back. Fish market. Sell. Okay. So now we have 2 complex crab pots. Oh, whoops. That we will rest right now. And then now we will go across the bay and hopefully not get hit by the tentacle thing. Oh, whoop. Just gonna scamper the rim here and not get hit by the octopus. Totally, because I don't feel like turning on the machine. Then we'll go over here. Ow. Put one there. Put one like here. Alright. And now we'll fish. What are you Oh. Thanks, I hate it. working with here. I don't know what I'm working with here. Sure, that'll do for now. Okay, there's another one over there. Okay, that's another. Hey! Oh, good lord. That's actually fine. That's fine. And then, let's use this. Is that one of the things that we need? I mean, it's in one of the... I don't think this is one of them. This is a regular fish. It's a mahi-mahi. That apparently we never caught before. Huh. Yeah, go right there, bud. Go right... This can actually get lost. Eagle shark we got. Another mahi-mahi. What was the other thing? Samples? Eagle shark. Tripod and sea slug. Fuck. Okay. Encyclopedia. Advanced rod. Where's the sea slug? Sea slug. There it is. Okay, that's the one that's in the crab pot. So we need this thing, which is caught with... Oh, what was that? Loose jaw. Here's one. Way over there. And the sun's going down, so after we catch this little bugger, we'll go over, we'll rest. Maybe we'll probably skip. Nah, we'll skip just one day. And then we'll go check the crab pots. Ow. I'm glad you're just really, really long, dude. I'm really glad he's just long. Okay. Oh, hey. Why are you glowing like this? Is this the tablet? Oh, it's another flag. Cool. Huh. I forget. I think you're supposed to take the flag somewhere, but I don't remember for sure. Meow. Here, we just gotta... We're gonna help you. We're gonna help these guys. We're just gonna clean out their bay. Little bit of bay. Alright, at least... And this looks like it's interactable. Place hand on stone. Darn. Apparently you can do something and the stones will respond to you. I just don't know what it is yet. You know. As you do. Thank you for self-care, Frostbite. Sorry. I really slurped that down. But... Here, real quick. Repair. Discard that. Real quick. She does another research thing. Give me that shit. What was it? I think I was only coming to rest, but really quick, I'm gonna clear some space by selling one of the fish that we don't need. Nice. Okay. And then we'll rest, and then we'll go check the crab pots. Big sips, big sips. Always big sips. All right. Crab pot time. Uh-oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. I saw the tentacles. I saw the tentacles moving. You'll never take me alive, fucker! All right. Oh, hey. Don't mind if I do. All right, back to the oil rig we go. Even if there's strange, horrifying lights in the distance. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure that's fine. And I think we also have boxes to level up one of the branches. So that's good. We're probably gonna end up needing more of the Iron Haven supplies, though, for like the defense things. But I'm set on upgrading that tier level for one of those branches that we have. I wonder if there's a faster... I don't think there's a way to fast travel in this game that I remember, aside from the one ability we have that teleports us to Blackstone Island, where like the weird guy is. Actually, that is kind of useful considering it teleports us to like the middle of the map. Multiple lighting, earth, water, earth, and ice sigils. Damn, you just really took all of the elements that I usually pick in like Wizard 101. Okay, I like my... Oh, shit. Dispel most evils for a time? Oh, shit. I didn't realize what I'd done. Can I turn it off? No, I can't. No, I can't. It's fine. It's fine. Huh. Okay, oh, there's the defense section. Too bad we're not going there yet. Samples. This ugly ass thing, this adorable little thing, this ugly ass thing, and this ugly ass thing. Now laid on a metal table in front of me connects electrodes and wires to the head of each. The brains of fish are primitive. In many ways, their simplicity is a kind of purity. No burdensome emotion to confuse the data. Just as rigor mortis locks the muscles, the final shape of the mind is held by the brain, but it can be extracted. The room is pierced with sharp sounds of capacitors charging. The corpses on the bench jolt in unison, slackened muscles arch and tense before lying still again. Is already looking at the 4 monitors behind him. The same vague shape scrolls across each spawn. Ragged circle, writhing cell, lidless eye, yawning pit. The difficulty is in reading it. Uh-oh. The rig still needs some kind of defense system constructed. The people here are depending on you, oddly enough. Prehistoric fish. Ah. A Lazarus taxon, a species seemingly raised... Oh, like, oh, what is it? I almost said cephalopods. That is not correct. Hi, GM. The coelacanth. That's it. Coelacanth. But what was the thing that we could upgrade? Was it the foundry? Sure. Huh. Sick. Oh, we can make canisters. Oh. Too bad we don't have any goop on us right now. Oh, those are scraps, not the other kind. Darn. Okay. Alright, what can we make here? Okay. So we can at least make one. Also, there's a plane flying overhead and it's really loud. Did y'all just build that on top of the drill rig? That sounds like a terrible idea. Droning voice begins to sound from the top of the rig, reverberating through the metal down into the deep. Okay. That only said base, by the way. It didn't say tier 1 or tier 2. It said base. Getting a droning sound that grates on the ears. Outside, the foreman is in conversation with a recent arrival to the rig. A stern-looking man in a suit. Why is his head so big and his torso so small? Huh. Sir, the seafloor here, it shouldn't be disturbed. This whole rig is built on some kind of living fault. You have to trust me. Trust you? You couldn't even keep shipments in order. Who involved locals just to save your hide? Foreman cowers behind a clipboard. You, who put this whole operation in jeopardy? Enough of this. Your concerns end at steel and scaffolding. The future of the corporation is for me alone to decide. Fire it up. The drill descends once more into the blackness under the rig. Sir, I don't think it's a good idea. We also just released the tentacles that were attached to the rig, sir. Do you think that may not be concerning? Fuck. I don't want to go into the jungle. Manasuit turns to you, and we're back on track. Well, he overstepped his corporate responsibility. It appears the foreman was right to enlist your assistance. There's one final building that needs to be constructed on platform. Fleet services. Without this building, we're unable to scale our efforts recklessly. Cut you deal if you assist in the construction of this building. I'll permit the workers to fit your vessel with significant... Yeah, more hull upgrades. And you only need one more... Oh. That's a little embarrassing. I thought I had another box. I was wrong. Oh, well. Okay, hold on. Where could we put the gears again? Yeah, this is where we're just gonna put them. Honestly, I probably should have saved those gears for the hull upgrades because I feel like we're probably gonna need them there. It's okay though. I can buy some from this guy, this particular dude. All right, generators, cellarfish. Then I can go in storage. Okay. A reusable two-way portal to the Blackstone Isles. That seems like it may be really useful in front of this base. We'll probably test it after this shortly, but science lab. Oh, of course you want more samples. Boreosporus, Opabinia, Neponites, Surfactinus, coal, mangrove, shallow mangrove, and a quab. All right, where is... Oh, it's literally right next to us. And there's a crab pot sitting there. Good. We'll go get that crab pot. 2 minutes. Less than 3. Sorry, 2 minutes, 40 seconds right now. Okay. Then... Yeah. So we need samples. And we need to get boxes for the fleet services. All right. Go see if we've been lucky enough that the boxes have respawned, losers. Never mind, we're getting the boxes and then we'll get the fleet upgrades. And then we can go... Oh, shit. Box number 1. Oh, whoops. Hello? Oh, no, that's not it. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. I was like, where'd the other box go? Hold on. Yeah. Oh, shit. 3 boxes. Hell yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Go back to the rig. I'm down here doing dishes. My brother got hot sauce in the fork handle. What? Okay. Nice. Sorry, I saw the eldritch pool and I was like, that's gonna be useful. Maybe I don't have that particular eldritch fish. And then real quick, we're gonna, you know, sell it to them because they're usually worth more money. Fleet services. Oh. The wrong side of the fork and I just want to know how. Messy eater, like you. Commit the workers to upgrade your hull with our tech here. But I think you know how this works by now. You'll have to gather materials yourself. Hell yeah, I do. Oh, hey. Oh, I'm so good at this. I'm so good at this, chat. Just right away, I have so much money and a new hull. Oh, fantastic. 11 new cargo. Oh, there's so much room for activities. Why are these up here? Wait. Do I just have to hold these in my inventory? Are these not actually installed? What? Huh. All right, chat. We have an ad break. I will give you words on stream. I need to take Coco out, and I need to stand up. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. Don't burn anything down. Don't set anything ablaze. Good luck. Have fun, kiddos. Oh my goodness. Welcome back, chat. Hold on a second. Hold your horses. Oh, hold on. Arson, burn the seed, burn it all. What do you mean? What's the deal? What's this shebang? What's on fire? All right. Oh my goodness. It's really nice outside today, chat. It's really nice outside. It's actually colder inside than it is outside. All right. Turn that down more than I turned it down. And then stop it. And then bring the game music back for y'all. And then we'll finish this round. When am I not setting things on fire? When you're not, when... I mean, technically... Well, you see... Anyway... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are y'all gonna fail on this one? No! It wasn't enough. Ooh, the croup. I had the croup. We're at sea now. Can't really burn any Teslas here. How long do you think it's gonna be before Elon tries to sell an electric boat? An electric-powered boat? How long till Tesla boats? I think it was also announced today that Elon lost $122 billion in the last year. Hey, are you still listening? Can you confirm that? Was that the number? 122? Okay. I don't think we can do anything with the defenses. And we've already got the single upgrade that fleet service gives us, which kind of a bummer. Maybe we'll get more upgrades for that later. I don't know. Okay, so I guess we're just doing the same thing. We need... Actually, wait. Factory. Oh, bait refinement. Okay, so we need the mangrove and anti-tangle line, which we don't have because I have the versatile rod. Oh wait, let me double check. She doesn't have like... No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, she doesn't have any of like the fusion ones, so we have to get the infused coiling. Okay, so we need the mangrove one, which will be under market. There it is. The storage with thee! Okay, there it is. Oh, actually, hold on. Does he have... Does, gimme. Put you there. Another thing I just realized too is we have more engine space. 72 knots. 56. Except 6 spaces. 6 spaces. And then this is 28 each. Two there. Sell you? Yes. Hell yeah. More speed, motherfuckers. More speed. Hold on real quick. Lights. What do we have? Plus 3,000 lumens. 3,000 plus 7,500. Okay. It's actually better to have the lower ones. Oh, actually. Well... These apparently actually have a farther range. I may have fucked up, chat. You know what? They're not that expensive. We'll wait and see. If that backfires on us. Hee. What are you hee-heeing at? I just dredged my pants? What does that mean? Could any of that have gone my way? Jeez. Wait, which part? Oh, the 122 billion lost? Yeah, I agree. Actually, GM, while you were here, do you want to hear another dumb idea for a VTM character I had? I was telling Faye about it earlier today because I was thinking about it at the gym. It's a gargoyle. It's a gargoyle character, but she's based off of like those saint statues. That like people claim it's like a miracle and that they cry and like release body fluid and stuff. So like by day she turns into a statue in a church that people think is like like miracle material. I haven't figured out how she's gonna like how she would fit into some campaigns yet, but I had the idea before. And I was like, oh, that'd be so fun. Oh, that'd be so fun. And, oh no, he's the one I need to repair from. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, I guess we're going to the mangroves, chat. So, oh no, we need to up. Did we? No, we haven't upgraded the thing yet. This one. Storage? This one? Okay. Do we... Currently we don't have space. Oh shit. Trying to see how I could... I don't think I can rearrange any of these in any, like, proper way. So I think I need to put the talisman away. Yeah, let's do that. And then while we're here... I don't have a canister. I don't have a canister, but let's go ahead and get the... Do I have a heat-resistant line? No, I don't. Heat-resistant line. Okay. Back to the factory. And yo shit's going in here. And so while we're over there, we'll get some more dark canisters. Gamersubs code, gonna grab that quick. Hell yeah, I do. Hell yeah, I do, baby. All right. I think that's all we can do. I'm gonna move this back down here. Okay. Rest, because we spent the whole day adding and removing shit. It was $52 billion. It's still more money than we'll ever see in our entire lives combined. Sorry, chat. That's just how much money that is. It's just how much money that is. It's so much. It's so much fucking money. I don't think any of us can properly fathom how much. Here, we're gonna take this crab pot. Hi. Oh, whoops, I meant to pick that up. And then there's gonna be a cargo thing up here. God, I feel like I'm zooming. Damn, I look spiffy. I didn't even look at the new hole. Fish market. Sell all that. Go to the shipyard. Repair that. Nah, that'll be fine. Oh, I didn't turn the trawl on. Oh, wait, I'm already cutting through it. Huh. Weird. These guys are little, so we can at least get some space. Okay. And then... put it, like, here. Oh, wait, this is none. Wait, give me that shit back. Oh wait, no, it's plenty. Huh. Maybe it turns to none because I'm too close to the other one? Oh, good lord. Had I really not caught an arapaima? Jesus. Okay, where's some of this more oily? There you are. No. Okay, where are these others? Some on the outside. Let's go check there. Excuse me, pardon me. I'm zooming here. Okay. because I think some of these other ones are probably going to be on the outside. Spooky fishing. Hi, Cole. Yeah, spooky fishing. Spooky fishing, as expected of this channel, honestly. Okay, yeah, here's one of the weird... He's just a little guy. Oh, hell yeah, give me that treasure one. Sold, baby. Okay. Oh, it's already getting dark. Oh, whoops. Holy shit! Okay, I think that's all the ones that aren't the crab pot ones, so now we can just go back. We can go... Where is she? There she is, okay. I didn't think I went that far. Go ahead and slurp up some more of this. Go here. Oh my god, come on. That is taking so long. Okay, we'll rest. Not secretly going to become a billionaire. I don't think I could secretly become a billionaire anywhere. Anywhere. I don't think it's possible to become a secret billionaire. Because once you have that much in like... Is that the music? Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. Aw, man. Here, we're gonna pick this up, and then we're gonna turn this off. And we're gonna come like... we'll put it like here. Oops. Make sure it's in the oil. I like that now that apparently the oil... Oh, what? Now it does. Okay, that was weird. The oil wasn't slowing me down, so I thought it was just being weird. All right, and then we'll park it here, and then we'll do... we'll skip through the whole day. Actually, first things first, what I'm gonna do is... Fish market, shipyard. 42, that works for me. Grab a block of ice. And this research token, because I think it'll be useful. And then we'll rest through the whole day. I'm dragging to the next chronicle, I swear. Let's go! Yeah, more fucking World of Darkness. Always more World of Darkness. I need it. I need it in my fucking veins. I'm sorry, I'm slurping up as much of this goo as I can. God, okay, sometimes those little, like, jumps that come from the oil fishing spots freak me out for a second. Okay, there we go. Alright, we'll just leave you there, little crab pot. We'll go ahead and keep slurping up some juice. Uh-oh. Lightning. Lightning! Alright, we're going back to the oil rig. Oh, actually, we're really close to getting another canister. I kind of want to get that canister. Want that canister, I want that canister, I want that canister. And a little bit that's still there. I see you. Ow! No, my horseshoe crab! Okay. See, this was the downside of this area before, was how many fucking trees there were. Okay, I got it, but now I feel like I need to make a round around like this whole rim. It does kind of feel like that turn speed is actually helping quite a lot. Does actually feel like the turn speed is really good right now. Fuck you, mango trees. Sorry, chat. I'm sorry you have to put up with me. Totally not playing Power Wash Sim in a fishing game. All right. Now we'll go back. How fast do you think we are with haste? Good lord. Gotta go fast. All right. I do not know why I just did one of the intros to Dueling Banjos. I just realized that. Why am I like this? Oh, well. Dare to be stupid. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, we also didn't get any boxes for this one. Damn. All right. Arapaima's not one of them. I don't need the Arapaima. And then this heinous thing. The corporation's leadership here, I have to focus. There are pressures acting upon me. You must know where these creatures entered, where the blood... He places the specimen into a large metal chamber before sealing the lid. A motor runs briefly, and a pressure gauge on the chamber rises. The Elder communications in power. Oh, shit. He flips the large switch, and the metal chambers begin to spin, slowly at first, then accelerating until the whole thing is a blur. Needles etch onto graph paper, transcribing the ascent of something. Scratching out of speed, a dark fluid rises from a tube connected to the chamber. Not yet. Pure. We'll need more down deeper? Outside, the executive's talking to the foreman. We're almost there. Give it another push. How much power can we give this? Sir, I don't think we really shouldn't. The executive shoots the foreman a glance. Disdain and dismissal lacing the muscles on his face. The foreman backs down, defeated. Setting the drill to full power, sir. Machinery in the drill power steps into overdrive, blurring the air with the sounds of gear turning. We're going to go to the volcanic place now. Chat? Are those... Is that one breach or is that multiple? As the roar of the giant creature fades, it leaves behind a silence, and all that witnessed it faces stare from windows and hands grip rails trying to process the spectacle. Cool. I think that was the Leviathan from the Bible. Boston must have been the thing that got all those material shipments. Now it's coming for the rig. Murmur of panic begins to rise from the onlookers. No, we're close now, and it knows that. How long will it take for the drill to break through to the next layer? Still has a little way to go, but you can't be serious. Surely not with that thing in the water. Our lives are in danger. Do you want to keep drilling? Get it done. Oh shit, I hate this man. Now I won't get my money? Oh my god, he's insane. What the hell are we doing here? This drill, whatever's down there, we shouldn't be disturbing it. Fisherman, you've got to help us. He won't listen to reason. Operational setback? Okay, what do you have in mind? We can't shut down the drill ourselves now without repercussions from the corporation following us for the rest of our lives. But if we were to be damaged by a force of nature or force of the deep, we'd have no choice but to abandon our positions. I know it sounds crazy, but if the defenses were to stop operating suddenly, it would leave the drill vulnerable. Please, have a think, see what you can do. Is this already the end game? Oh, hello, sir. Huh. He's just scratching. Young Cleosteus, let's go. Sea scorpion, giant dragonfish, Vetulicolia. Okay, so Hadal, volcanic, crab. All right, let's go sell our shit at the generator, I guess. And go get repaired, because Jesus Christ. We'll keep that block of ice. That's fine. Heatsink, roll catch. Ooh, wicks for me. All right, wasn't there something else we could upgrade? What was it? Oh, this. Oh, we have a dark hamster. I'm stupid. Ta-da. Okay, I was like wondering why isn't it letting me put this thing on? All right, that's like all of the infused things. And there's bait refinement. I kind of want all the upgrades because I'm stingy. Let's see, did we have all of the other sections, I think, built, it looks like? Yeah, the other section are the ones we're missing. Okay, we'll probably do that later, I think. Let's rest. Let's go try to get the boxes. And let's see if that fucking Leviathan comes after us, because please, God, no. Please, God, I'm begging you. Record of all the dark liquid has shown up. Come see me if you need, pointing to any contamination patches. Okay, he just said the same thing. Okay. So no extra boxes over here. We'll go check that near Steel Point. Dolphins! Chad, you don't think that thing's... I'm scared. I don't need a distraction. I'll think of my next move for the near future. You're what? We're sabotaging the door for the sake of... I think we are. I think we're going to sabotage when we come back, but I want to get the... I want to finish, like, building the thing. Oh, I'm too far. I know the volcanic place is over to the other side, but I want these boxes. I want to build that other upgrade. It looks like there's only one here. One node. It shows there's two. I kind of hope it gives me two, but I don't think it is. Because I don't think they're the model that it shows. Oh, this one did. Nice. Nice. All right, let's go back to the rig and get this last upgrade put in. Let's build the rig all the way up before we let a heinous octopus tear the whole place down. Or we can just release Ordain onto it. Wild. Through my community under the bus and just first podcast. Your governor has a podcast? Gross. Gross. I get to destroy? Oh. Anyway. Where was it? Was it the tech lab? No, it wasn't the tech lab. It was factoring? Tier 4 factoring? Yes, excellent. Build all levels of all buildings on the rig. Let's go. Achievement unlocked. Oh. A bigoted insta-crab bait fitted with quick release mechanism. The contraption immediately attracts and entraps nearby crabs. Huh. Huh? Wood. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Let me also check. Oh no, I do want to check this here. The second tier. Collection of more solid materials. Fish can't be caught in this net like this. I'm guessing this was just a way that you would be able to like get more. How do you say? Like supplies, like the cloth, the wood, the metal scraps. Probably just another way that they expect you to be able to get them, but I just keep getting the boxes because I don't need that other shit for anything. All right. We're gonna go to the volcanic. Yeah. I got confused for a second. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's right next to us. We'll go there and then we will be able to get a crab pot. Or run into more boxes floating here. Please and thank you. Just in case, you never know. I don't think there's any use for these anymore. I really don't. Okay. pretty sure there's a dock at this temple, but I don't think... Yeah, I think that ancient ruin part over there is where the fish lady is. But that's fine. We can just rest at this dock for the night. Yeah, rest. Rest, so says me. God, I think we're gonna end up finishing this DLC in one sitting. Okay. I see you, weird glowing thing. Message in a bottle. Was the reading of his mother's will for the most of the remaining estate went directly to him, of course, but to my surprise, she bequeathed me her pocket watch. Curious, I'm not fond of the thing, but I know that taking it will mean a lot to her. I can't help but feel that it's some veiled jab at me from beyond the grave. She was the type to do such a thing. Was I late on some occasion? I cannot recall. Oh, damn it. Yeah. I hear piranha sounds. Because I know there's like monster fish here. Oh shit. Huh. Oh, there's the other one. I don't think this was... Yeah. Okay. Okay, hold on. I feel like we're gonna need to do some spyglass shenanigans. Spot a fish of each category through your spyglass. Huh. Oh. Escape over there, but that's not what we're looking for. Okay, let me turn this off. Actually, no. Don't turn that off, because now we need to go find the other lady. Or at least it's nothing we need. Oh! The fuck were those sounds? I don't like those sounds. I'm pretty sure those were the little fish that were coming after me, and I know they don't like the... Oh. An eyes flag. Oh, that's why they're like right there. Eagle sounds, eagle sounds. Oh, that's what it was, the big thing over there. Okay, hold on. What was the things that we needed? Samples. Descleosteles. Tulicolia. Let's check real quick. Okay, yeah, we'll go around to the other pond, because... Oh. Where are you sparkling? Stone hums quietly. Okay. Ah, this looks like something. Cease. We are leaving, soldier! I don't like those cute sounds that you're making at me. You can see more of them inside. Where was it? Where was that other patch? Okay, maybe one of these will be the Dunkleosteles. Nope. Oh, Jesus, what the fuck? There's our big boy. They just bit me. Stop biting me! All right, and then we can go here. We can get our crab pots. We can get a crab pot from here. Uh-oh. Realize I don't think I can sell that sextant right now. Where there's the will, there's the way. Where there's the will, there's the way. All right, let's get... Hardy? Yeah. Okay. And then before that off, finish this, go in here, drop it off. Don't hit the bubbles, god damn it. And then we can rest. Missy's taken to giving me bites for affection. Is Missy your pup? Your dog? What in the hellscape is this? This is dredge. And that's totally oil. Yeah, totally. It's totally oil. Don't worry about it. All right. And then we should have plenty of stuff inside that crab pot to get. Oh, by the way, let me get rid of that. Oh, wow. I don't think any of these were what we needed. Shit. Hi, Newell. Fish market. Oh, shit! Fuck! God damn it. All right, chat, we're going fishing again. We're going fishing again. Fuck. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I did it to myself. I did it to myself. All right, turn the fucking dredge back on. All right, let's go find ourselves another Donkeyostoles. That was easy. Okay, we got one of those. I think this... Okay, this one's another thing that we need. Fuck it. That's gonna give me the goo. Okay, that's not what we need. I think the other one that was like inland. Nobody's gonna point laugh. Nobody. Who are you and what have you done with my chat? Who are you people? Ah, son of a bitch. I'm still upset. Was this one of the things? I don't remember if it was. That didn't sound good. Ma, it's making weird noises! Okay. Let's go back over here. What have you done with my chat, Twitch? Nobody pointed and laughed at my mistake, at my fuck up. Corporate demanded a chat change. Oh, okay. Did you swap them out for the completely reasonable and totally consummate chat? The very serious chat. Okay, that's the sea scorpion. That's supposed to appear in the pot. Seems like it's just luck. And then real quick, we need to do the shipyard repair. I don't think it was the giant dragonfish we needed. Hold on. Pursuits. Nucleosteles. Oh, no, it was the giant dragonfish. Okay, we just need the sea scorpion. Actually, yeah, we're gonna rest. Well, since you asked, oh my God, Cole. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Hot. Ow. What the fuck? Note to self, don't hit, don't hold F, don't hold F, don't hold F, don't hold F. I may need to move this crab pot. I think I do. I think it's going to be in the other section, actually. Fish market. Let me also... Garden here. Grab a thing of ice. Okay. Let's go pick up that crab pot and we're gonna move it. Fuck you, you weird little bubble. I'm just gonna go ahead and back out. We'll go ahead and take out this little area of war crime. Crimes against existence. I don't know how to be mean, sorry. It's fine. It's fine. See, there's that big motherfucker. That's Mama Piranha. Okay. Turn this off. Okay. I hate that hiss. I hate that hiss so much. Meow. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. All right. I'm gonna park it here. Rest an entire day again. It's okay. At least now I know exactly where to get Crimes Against You Carnival. New card game available to any your local carnival merchant. I feel like it would be like those Jane and John Doe cards where it's just like mutilated corpses. Basically. Does anybody know about what I'm talking about? There's a, apparently prisons have a thing where they have like either, they have like unsolved case cards, cold case cards, or, unidentified John and Jane Doe cards. God damn it. Huh. You know what? We're going back to the rig. We're gonna go give the guy this other thing. And we will leave that there for a little. Actually, I'm close to getting another. Actually, nah, we have 3 canisters right now. We're sitting pretty. Yum. Zoom in. Shut. What's that sound? Oh god, there's even a box there. I don't want the box. I don't need the box. We don't need the box. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Be closer to this rig. Okay. Science lab. I'm pretty sure we are slowly driving this man insane, but that is A-okay. And by A-okay, of course they mean not my problem. Okay. While we're here, we'll go here. Go ahead and put what we have. Wait, did that say? Oh yeah, okay. Here, might as well, since we just have it with us. And it does seem like these actually have to be attached to anything. I assume they're just working Question mark? I honestly don't know, because it seems like everything else, and then we'll just rest, and then we'll go back to that crab pot. I don't know why it's not giving us those sea scorpions. Chat, are you okay? Do you want to talk about it? Is something wrong? Are y'all all busy on a Friday? Is there something special about this Friday? Is it? Oh, wait, is it Good Friday? I forget. Does Good Friday come after Ash Wednesday? I haven't been to church in so long, but Grandma told me Wednesday that it was Ash Wednesday. I was like, is it really? I forget. Does Good Friday come after Ash Wednesday? I don't think we have that many religious people in this group, in this community. What is that? Hey, what was that red fish? Hello? Oh, it's a shark. No, it's not. That's not a shark. That's like an eel thing. Okay, if we don't get the sea scorpion on this time around, I'm probably gonna move it to this other one. Here, let me also clean out this annoying blob right next to all these pillars. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Okay. Okay, there's my crab pot. Like a total of 10. Oh, nice. Damn it! Fuck it, we'll take it. And give me this. And then we're gonna go right on over here instead. Turn this off. Scamper our happy little way in here. Spit you out. And then we're gonna go back to the rig because I am so full on the dark canisters that I don't really need them right now. Actually, I am gonna take this box while we're here. Wait a second. Okay, there we go. It bothered me that the game didn't Tetris well enough. Chilling in pain. Make me be chilled and relaxed. Hell yeah. You're going to bed? Good night, Ordain. Sleep well. Sleep well, little prince. Alright. Hey, what is that thing? Storage. That's what I was doing. Net. Put a bunch of these away. And then I actually just realized we had a bunch of this extra goo, so real quick. Storage. You go in there. You go in there. And then, hold on. Did we did the, oh, we did the bait thing. We did the bait thing already. We have all of the building upgrades. So yeah, I think we just need, okay. I want to finish these samples to see what happens. But I also want to turn off the defenses. Okay. Okay. We'll take our happy ass over there to see if we can get that sea. Why is it being so hard to get the sea scorpion? Oh shit. Oh. Fuck. Fuck. I blew it, chat. I blew it. I was not paying attention. The first time I popped an engine while boosting. I'm certain nothing bad will happen. Typing chats, but not today. That is okay. Sorry, I just sat up. I just sat up in my chair. All right. Just gonna slide our way in here without slurping. Come on. Oh, I didn't sell the crabs and stuff. Okay. Why can't I get this sea scorpion? Do I need a different kind of crab thing? No, we're so much slower now. Gosh darn it. Okay. Oh, we gotta limp our way. We gotta limp our way back to the rig to get repairs. Boo. Yeah. Go ahead and attach ourselves. And then we need to get repaired. And then we'll sell. Thank God. Go back. Storage real quick to put this box away. Nice. Thank you for the head pats, Frostbite. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on this model. I need to figure out how to do it on 3D models. I don't think we can find crab pots at all over here. Guess I can though. Just so we can get the rest of the tech lab upgrades going. Okay. Okay, if we do one more rest and we don't find that sea scorpion, I'm gonna get more crab pots and we're just gonna fucking absolutely dunk crab pots all over the volcanic region. All right, let's go. Subin, Subin, don't blow your engine, don't blow your engine, don't blow your engine. Come on. We'll have to go to the pontoon though to get more crab pots. Unfortunately. Oh my god, thank goodness, gimme. Then I can turn this on again. Excellent, yes, excellent. Slurping up more goop. Totally, almost certainly not for nefarious purposes. I'm sure this company isn't basically Pentex. They're not gonna release the most evil of evils. You know. Sorry, my lips are really chapped today. Goop, write down, write down, write down. Write that down, write that down, write that down! All right, Mr. Crazy Lab Man, what are you gonna do with this? Closer if you're a devil's spine. The wretches, where are they? He rushed towards Adel, grabbing at the corpse. Oh, hi! Uh-huh. I just kind of want to look at him a second. He has an extra eye on his head. Do y'all see that thing up there? No longer meek and cowed, now a frightening visage of stretched skin and sharp teeth. The stinging crunch and bites down at the sea scorpion's carcass, black liquid dripping from his mouth. His terrible head snaps up to lock eyes with ears. A feral cry rises from his lungs, forming an accusatory scream with freshly born claws pointed in your direction. With limbs overcome by frantic spasms, he stumbles toward the nearest window slowly at first, then arrives at considerable speed. Oh! The boring form of the scientist crashes through the glass, diving out beyond the deck of the platform, down, hitting the water, and just pouring into the sea. Okay. What is it? Hold on, I wonder what he says. So looking around, peering over a nearby railing. Well, I don't see it anymore, do you? What else? I don't have all the... Oh, you rat bastard. All right, sabotage time. Sabotage time. Traps from black box up into the height. The black box has a number of empty slots on the top, one of which has a module inserted in it labeled flea and electrical tape. damn it. All right, we're going to the scientist. It's fine. It's fine, I'm sure. Just in case she needs materials, I'm gonna grab these boxes. This game is not above telling me that getting there and finding out that this lady needs materials to make like a different thing. So I would very much like to have the supplies necessary, potentially. Think ahead. Can I get a snooze on the ad break? Oh, hell. More than one. All right. It's fine that it's getting dark because we can just go ahead and kind of beeline it for, well, after obviously get this eldritch. Oh, god damn it. Oh, a skeletal moonfish? I hate moonfish. They're useless. Useless little critters. Okay. Yeah, we need to aim more south. Especially now that it's fucking dark. Fuck you, you weird, ominous cloud things. Okay, we can actually see her light in the distance. That's good. Fuck you, you strange light. Fishing up the messed up guy by accident? God, I hope not. God, I hope not. I also hope he's not gonna be like attacking this student when we get there. Hopefully. Question mark. Hopefully. I guess you really do go crazy when you're out on the ocean by yourself at night. I would not doubt that. I used to stay out on a boat on occasion because my dad had one and made me go stay on it. And that shit is ominous. But those defenses on the rig? Oh, I hope they worked. Want to find a way to sabotage them? Found their conscious. Have they? I suppose they're wanting it to look like an accident. They wouldn't want to face the corpse wrath if they were found culpable. I do have a pleasingly elegant idea, actually. We don't have the sabotage finches in a traditional sense. If we recall, they meant a sort of word. At the moment, they're broadcasting a warning. Flee. But we can change that. I have other recordings of other words. Instead of a warning, could broadcast an invitation. There's one in particular. I've been referring to it by its closest human analog, Rise. Is this solo leveling? Hello? Is that it? Did she just gave it to me? Is that what she just did? I don't know what that sound is. I don't like that sound. I don't like that sound. Construct an override at the loose panel. Okay. All right, we need to rest. And now we'll go back. There's another supply box floating out here. Too bad I don't need it. Too bad I don't need it. All right. Chad, how bad do you think this is going to be? If it goes from, if like before the whatever the tentacles came from were just like a couple tentacles grabbing the rig, how bad do you think it's going to be in a second? Like, do you think it's going to be as bad as the first ending of this game? If anybody remembers that one from recently? From any time recently? I think if I don't know if this DLC is gonna have like its own separate credit screen, because I don't think the ice one did. I think the ice one, you just like did all the missions and then it was like, all right, you're done. That's it. Gets pulled apart. I kind of do too, I'm not gonna lie. Kind of do too. Can I throw them in? Is that an option? Is that a possibility? 0 to 100 real fucking quick. Oh god, that'd be the best. Honestly, I like that. I like that idea. I like that possibility. All right, up to the defenses. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Remember to come prepared, kids. Insert the new one. As it clicks into place, the sound from the tower changes into a deep rumble. Oh. Oh. Yes. Yes! Yes! Kill. Kill! Oh. This is not the result I expected. Okay, bye, Mr. Executive. The Leviathan attacked it. With the last scraps of metal still falling from the destroyed drill tower, the executive boards his helicopter, rotors already spinning. Is everyone all right? All accounted for in the factory. Yep, foundry's fine. Guess we'll wait for our airlifts out of here. There's no way I'm traveling anywhere by boat. Yeah, I'll sit tight for now. Fishermen, the main buildings are mostly undamaged, so if you still need stuff made, we can sort you out. Override the rig's defenses. Okay. That's it. That's the DLC. The big fish bit me. No. Amazing. I think that's it. They're just, everything's done. That's the DLC. No credits rolled, just with a whimper. There's no airlift coming for them. There's no way there's an airlift coming for them. I think that was just a way for them to say that, like, all right, I guess we don't have to do anything else on this rig. But that was actually really good timing. That's kind of why Snooze was like, I feel like we're really close to the end, so I think we can just kind of worm our way through the rest of it. But that's gonna be it for this week, guys. That's gonna be it. Unfortunately, I still don't like not streaming on the weekends, like really badly. I kind of hate it. Boat! That's a good boat. But before we end up going into an ad break, because we have like less than 3 minutes, and I don't want y'all to get an ad break right at the end, we need to find somebody to raid. Finn, just chatting. Miniatures. We're gonna raid Maki. Maki and Redclaw are currently doing models. It looks like Maki is doing the Monster Hunter Transformer set. And Redclaw is building an Optimus Prime of some kind. So we'll be back on Monday, guys, unless something else comes up over the weekend. As of right now, there is no other plan. Vampire the Masquerade is canceled this week, unfortunately, due to DM being away. But thank you for being here, guys. Thank you for being awesome. And thank you for enjoying the show. Until next time, have a good weekend, guys. Don't burn anything down. That includes... Wait, Ordain's gone. Oh, shit. Ordain's already gone to bed.